Hello everyone, this is Savian playing Touhou Lost Branch of Legends, and today I'm recording what will be the last episode of Learning Lunatic for a while. I'm recording this on the 15th, so ideally we'll get Koichi in 3 days like it was announced, but uh, I'll still take some time to practice her if she's released then. And with the lack of notice, she might not actually be out by the 18th. But oh well. The idea being when Koishi's out, I'll spend a few days practicing her, and then I'll eventually do 2 more videos for the series with her 2 sets. Regardless, though, today we are finishing off the 4 characters that are out now with Reimu B, her barrier defensive set. I have no illusions that I'll be able to do this one in a single sitting, and this is probably gonna be the longest video because she is an extremely defensive character here. For her spell card, she has an AoE spell card with one of the lowest damages in the game. She deals 10 damage to each enemy. However, it has the 2 added effects of gaining 15 barrier and applying 2 weak to each enemy, which is a very powerful defensive measure. For her exhibit, she starts every combat with 1 barrier, and if you have any unspent mana at the end of your turn, you also gain 3 barrier on top. This is pretty good early on when you don't generally tend to use your entire hand anyway, because maybe you have to use 2 cost cards and you don't have any 1 costing hand. The enemy is not attacking, so you only use your attacks, stuff like that. And the idea is you slowly accumulate barrier, and then on turns where you get bad hands, which happens, it's inevitable. You have the barrier there to protect you from taking HP damage. She does lack the healing of the Bloodthirsty Orb though, so it is very important for her to actually prevent the damage rather than being able to take some damage and then heal it up afterwards. So yeah, she has plenty of ways to not take damage and to protect herself, but she does have to actually do that in order to not get chipped down. As for her starting deck, we have the usual with a 10 card deck, with her unique card being Duplex Barrier. This is a rather powerful attack with what I consider to be a pretty good upgrade. If you have Barrier, this deals 12 damage twice, for 2 white. Once upgraded, it only costs 1 white. Obviously, the card has issues when you're not able to maintain your barrier, which is yet another reason why you want to generally accumulate it, so you can be sure that even on a bad turn, you're not gonna lose all of your barrier. Because without barrier, her damage output does suffer quite a lot, since this is 24 damage when every other card is 10 at most on her starting deck, so yeah. If you actually lose all of your barrier, you're gonna have issues taking down enemies, but as long as you manage to keep some, this is what I consider to be a pretty powerful card. And it's even cheap when you upgrade it, so you can do things like double defend into Duplex Barrier, and it helps by being multi-hit against enemies like Aya. So yeah, let's get going and let's start the run. Let's do some experiments. So we turn off unknown. We go back to Unknown Fate for these runs. Lunatic also requests, and let us go. So as for the A-Ring bonus, just like I mentioned on the first video, I don't tend to like sponsor on Reimu. She already has very little money, so I don't want to go to a shop early with barely enough money to actually get what I want. So the sponsor I don't tend to like that much when when I could spend like 3 combats farming and still not be at a money amount I'm happy with. As for boss swap, I really do not like it on Reimu B, because you like just the fact that you start combat with one barrier means that your duplex barrier is enabled from the start of the combat, and you don't have to worry about not having it available for the double damage, and it is like one of the best cards you can have in the early game. So yeah, Reimu B is one where I really actively dislike the boss swap, rather than just considering it the usual risky option. And then we have 3 random uncommon cards to choose one, or Enlighten, add a random rare card to the library. Out of these two, basically I think they're both very similar on total power level, but Recall is probably better consistency, Enlighten is like probably better high rolls. Like you could get things like Great Hakurai Barrier, which means all your block turns into barrier rather than just being normal block and stuff like that. However, since, as I mentioned, we do want to avoid taking damage, play rather defensively and stuff, ideally I prefer consistency on Reimu over raw power, so I'm going to go ahead and pick the 3 random uncommon cards, so I can actually choose something that I'm sure will benefit me. And, well, we get 3... Well, these are certainly some of the options of all time. So, Trumpet Solo is like a decent card. Basically 0 mana draw 3, but it adds 1 refracted sunlight to the discard pile. If you finish combats quick enough, the added statuses to the discard pile don't really matter, because you're not even gonna shuffle them back, or you're not gonna draw them soon after shuffling. And the card draw does let us get to the duplex barrier more consistently. Reverse boundary, whenever the player loses a buff, gain 3 barrier. This could be good, like as a setup for stuff like temporary firepower, temporary spirit, stuff like that. However, as the first card we pick, I really don't like it, because we have absolutely nothing that provides us any temporary buffs or any buffs with stacks, so this could be kinda useless. And then we could just take Devour History, which in a way is like delayed remove 1 card from your library bonus. Because yeah, we didn't get any card I'm super happy about, so maybe we just take Devour History and we take away one of the bad cards in our deck. But yeah, the only actual options here I think are Devour and Trumpet Solo, or Reverse Boundary is not really an option. I tend to like the Prison River cards, the solos basically, on most characters. However, since we do have like a very offensive character here with Reimu B, the discard pile stuff, like shuffling the status into your discard pile, actually tends to be rather relevant, because you're not gonna finish fights all that fast. So I'm a bit lower on Trumpet Solo. I think it's still arguable that it might be the best choice among these, but just again, for the sake of consistency, I'm going to go ahead and take the VAR History. I think this does mean that I'm not really going to be able to take an early elite, or at the very least I don't want to take the risk, so I'm probably going to choose a path with a gap rather than an elite or shop. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pick the VAR History here over the Trumpet Solo. But the Trumpet Solo is definitely defensible. Like, it might be the better card, honestly. But yeah, for our character set specifically, I like it a bit less. And so I might be undervaluing it because of the character I'm playing. But I do think I'm going to go ahead and pick the VAR History here. As usual, we take the spell card pill here, and we move ahead. So, We have 2 shop paths with 10 money. We absolutely do not want to take either of these. So we either go for an elite or a gap. And obviously, like I mentioned, I wanted the gap rather than the elite most likely. So the path is going to be the third one from the top. However, having like 2 combats here before a possible third combat into the elite does mean that if I get like cards here in these 2 combats that I think could be good enough to like beat an elite, I might actually choose to deviate from the path, go above and take the elite. But the likely option is going to be just going to the gap and possibly upgrading our duplex barrier. So, we start here with the Sunflower Fairy. I'm going to go ahead here and just fully block. Now, normally this wouldn't be enough to full block. This is 16 against 18. However, our Hakurei Purification Rod is going to give us 3 barrier, letting us full block and still keep 1 barrier. And with the chance that we'll draw our duplex barrier, I do think this is actually worth far more than just playing a shoot here. So I'm going to just pass the turn, keep our 1 unspent mana for the Purification Rod, and go to the next one. Okay, so I didn't draw the duplex barrier, so I think I'm actually just going to full block again and go ahead and just devour history now. I'll get rid of like one of our... Not sure what I'll get rid of. Possibly like one of the talisman shootings, because we want most of our offense to be the barrier here, so we pretty much need our defense cards just to make sure we're not losing our barrier. And so I'd rather remove the attacks than the defense. So yeah, I think that's going to be my turn. Take no damage again. We're still keeping our 1 barrier. And this is like a pretty huge long-term benefit, hopefully. I really want to be careful because I don't want to like remove every attack I have and then end up unable to deal damage. But for now, I think this is what I can do. So, okay, so here, obviously, we are going to block as much as we can. However, we have a decision here. If we do Boundary, we can go ahead and duplex barrier for 24 damage, which would actually be 14 because of the lock. But we'd be taking 3 damage and 2 damage and losing our barrier. Or we could simply do the Boundary, not attack again, and keep our 1 barrier. I think next... Okay, so what are we drawing next turn? We're gonna have like 20 damage. She's likely to like buff herself and attack rather than because I'm definitely doing the Boundary regardless, but yeah. She's likely to do the buff and shield on herself next turn. So we're likely to be able to regain our barrier. So I'm a bit less like I think it's a bit less important to preserve the barrier because I'm going to like already do the duplex here, and next turn I'm gonna be able to just play my damage and save 1 mana for to recover some barrier again, because she's likely to defend herself. So yeah, I am going to go ahead and sacrifice 2 HP here, because as soon as she starts gaining firepower, the fight is going to get a lot rougher. And with the cards I have, it's going to be a lot hard to defend ourselves from her entirely. So yeah, as mentioned, she does go defense into buff, which lets us just drop all of our damage here, put her down to 21, and get back our barrier because we still have 1 mana left. And now we should be able to fully defend while still getting rid of her in reasonable time. So yeah. I'm going to go ahead and deal as much damage as I can here. This is like, she's at 31, this is 29, so we're not able to kill her. But we do get to go ahead and deal quite solid damage to her. Feint and block. And you could just let the mana go here. Go to 16 block, basically keep 5 barrier for the next turn. We have 2 talisman shootings, we're guaranteed to draw one. However, she is going to shield herself. So yeah, we're going to draw 5 of these 6 cards. So in the case that we only draw like 1 talisman shooting and 1 shoot, I'm going to go ahead and shoot her now, put her to 2 HP, and guarantee that we have lethal next turn, because we don't really mind losing 1 barrier at this point when the fight is almost over. So yeah, she goes to 12. And we did get both talisman shootings, but we played in a way that it wouldn't matter if we only got one of them anyway. And we took 2 damage on that fight, which is not very much, so kinda happy about it. So, Cleansing Ritual, Dimensional Point Rift, Crimson Energy Release. Cleansing Ritual, with the deck we currently have, where we took Devour History at the start, could help us just start exiling like half of the deck and just consistently drawing the same few cards in order to like have a very small deck but very consistent deck. The biggest issue with this is that it does cost 2 white, and the upgrade simply gives us 5 more block, doesn't change the cost, which means that we can't play that and our duplex barrier on the same turn until we upgrade duplex. On the other hand, we have here Crimson Energy Release. It's not like very good for us because we don't really have firepower, and it does like need an upgrade to be a good card in my opinion. It can be decent, unupgraded if you have like firepower scaling, but for the card to really be good, you have to upgrade it, and it only costs 2 like this, like 16 block, half of it being barrier. The scale is basically twice from each source because firepower increases block by 1 and barrier by 1, and so the spirit. So if you had like 1 firepower, 1 spirit, this would actually block for like 10 plus 10, which is absolutely huge. However, we don't really have any source of upgrades, and we kinda want to upgrade our duplex barrier. Dimensional Point Rift here is 0 mana accurate attack that deals 6 and returns to your hand whenever you lose a buff from the discard pile. And while I think these two have more potential, I think the Point Rift here is like just a solid upgrade to the deck that doesn't have any risk. Like, we're not gonna have issues where we can't cast both Cleansing Ritual and the duplex barrier. We're not gonna have issues where like this is a 3 mana card that we don't actually have a way to scale. This is just a decent card that can actually synergize with a decent amount of future cards we can get. Yeah, I tend to like the Point Rift more than cards like the one we were offered at the start without synergies. Like the ability that costs like red and 1, or whenever we lose a buff, we gain 3 barrier. That one, if it has no synergies, like if you don't have any buff loss or stuff like that, is completely worthless. Meanwhile, this is like still like a 0 mana, 6 accurate damage. So I actually don't entirely dislike this just as a base attack, considering that we don't really have any other solid cards at the moment. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the Point Rift here and hope we get something that synergizes with it. Yeah, if we had like an upgrade on the duplex barrier or something like that, I would have probably picked the Cleansing Ritual. In this case, I think that was our best pick here. Okay, so this is one of the reasons I like the duplex very early on so much. 24 damage on turn 1 lets us one-shot small enemies like Pikadamas here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take on this one. You do spend 3 mana because of Long Night as usual. And as for our next move, basically, to full block this, I do need like technically to spend the Bullet Extermination rather than the Boundary, because this is 5 block against 6 damage. However, the thing is, getting 5 more block here only blocks 1 more damage, and I'm gonna lose the remaining 4 block. However, if I just leave a mana unspent, the Haki Purification Rod is only gonna give me 3 barrier, so it's gonna give me a 2 less, but I'm only gonna lose 1 of this barrier. rather than losing all 4 at the end of turn. So it's actually better for me here to just do Gunnery. Oh, I'll use the Point Rift because it costs me nothing. Probably on the pink Kadama, since I'm gonna be weakened. I'm unlikely to be able to kill the blue one, even if at 11 HP. So I'd rather just go ahead and get the pink one lower. Though after doing math, if this is at 11, like... Oh, I didn't have any talismans. But yeah, shoot plus talisman is like 4 plus 7, so it would have killed it. And yeah, seeing the cards I have in deck, this is definitely the right choice. Because it's the only one of the two I'm gonna be able to kill by shooting it twice, 4 plus 4. But yeah, the point I was making is leaving 1 mana unspent for the barrier here is actually a better block than just playing the bullet extermination. Because if you're going to block, like, the 3 barrier here is more valuable than block every time that you are going to take less than 3 damage. So if you're going to take like 2 damage with the block you currently have, 3 barrier is more valuable than 200 block. Because at the end of the turn, you're gonna lose all that block, regardless of how much you actually spent, but you're gonna get to keep some of the barrier if you actually get the barrier. So yeah, this is a small optimization that gets us 2 extra points of barrier that could be crucial later on. As for right now, however, this is just we block as much as we need to, we poke the Kadama for the fluff, and we just pass the turn, leaving mana unspent for the barrier. That was a very simple turn. Okay, so being able to full block this, and just so we can be like more efficient with our damage, rather than dealing 16 damage to the pink Kadama that's attacking me, since I can fully block it anyway, I'd rather be efficient, deal more damage, like deal the damage to the one with the most HP. Since it's going to kill like either of them, I'd rather kill the one with more HP. And then we just get to gain 7 block for the 7 damage. And we already have 6 barrier. We just want to like make sure if we just draw our shoots here, well, we're guaranteed lethal no matter what we do. Because next turn we're gonna draw 5 of these 6 cards, which means we're gonna draw at least 2 of our attacks. But yeah, if we only had a chance to draw 1 attack, we would shoot here just to guarantee lethal, but it's not gonna actually matter. But yeah, the barrier only interests you long term, so if the battle is gonna end shortly, the barrier quickly starts losing importance, unless you need it obviously to activate duplex. Okay, so as far as the cards we have go, I'm kind of interested here in the Ascension Kick or the Evil Ceiling Circle. The Rambling is, I don't consider like a bad card, but I don't really have like a high priority for this either, because our barrier cards, we don't have any yet, but eventually I'm hoping to get barrier cards, and our barrier generation from this already gives us a block over several turns. So the multi-turn block isn't like all that attractive to me. Meanwhile, Ascension Kick here, when upgraded, is like a very solid card. 0 mana cantrip that gives you 4 temporary firepower. Has good synergies with both our Point Rift, since it is temporary firepower. It's gonna deal more damage, and when we lose the temporary firepower, we're gonna recover each hand. And it also has synergies with our duplex barrier, taking the damage from 12 up to 16 times 2, so that would be from 24 to 32. And the Evil Ceiling Circle is simply like AoE damage, which we do need in the early game. Seeing as the Ascension Kick is actually like very synergistic with our Point Rift and our duplex barrier, I feel like this lets us burst down enemies without, like, before they are attacking us, which means that our multi-enemy encounters we might not need AoE as urgently. So since the two of them are like fulfill a role that I think we need to fulfill on our deck right now, I'm just going to pick this one up because it has more synergies in my opinion, and I think it's a better card for later on. Evil Zone Circle might still be the pick if we're focusing exclusively on the short term, but I think Ascension Kick is so much better later on, while not being that much worse right now, that it is actually the pick here. So I'm going to go for it. And okay, so the two cards I got are actually kinda solid for enemies like Aya. Ascension Kick into Duplex Fairy could also help me burst down one of the Fairies of Light. So with one more combat, this might actually not be a complete disaster if we have to fight an elite. So I'm actually considering it, because we also have like one more combat here, which could give us a new card to help with that. And we do have our spell card here in case we need to save ourselves from something. So yeah, this doesn't seem like completely... it wouldn't be completely insane to go for the elite here. I'm kind of split because our early game is like not amazing against high HP targets. The fact that we start with the duplex Spire means that we can burst low HP enemies like we did with the Kedama on turn 1 of this combat. But for higher HP enemies and longer combats, we could get screwed. Like, if I'm not drawing Ascension Kick into Duplex Spire turn 1 against the Fairies of Light, I might actually just lose the combat by not being able to kill any of them turn 1. And if we get like a Luna plus Star using their spell cards, we might actually just not be able to kill anyone on turn 2 either, which means we're getting targeted by multi-attacks with Luna's lock on and stuff. I don't think it would be like completely insane to try an elite with this, but I do think it's riskier than I would like right now. And the worst cases are definitely like run losing, so I'm going to go ahead and like one exhibit this early on isn't such a huge deal. And since the worst cases here could be like absolutely brutal for us, I'm going to go ahead and skip that. Okay, so as for Mistia, it's always a bit sad, but the optimal decision is to always take at least one of them. We're only missing 2 HP, so we're just going to take the power here. And there's absolutely zero penalty for dying and dashing here, other than, of course, the moral damage that you are inflicted with when you do this to a fictional character. But you know, it is the optimal option here. So and it's not like I have a lot of money, so I'm gonna go ahead and refuse to pay. I'm sorry, Mistia. But we're gonna go ahead and use that money instead for an upgrade here. So the Dimensional Point Rift upgrade isn't like really noticeable, it's like 3 damage. So our priority upgrades here are the Ascension Kick and the Duplex Fire. They are both like mana upgrades in that they both discount the cards by 1. However, the Duplex Barrier is like the card that we're more likely to want to use every time we have it in hand. Because obviously, like if we upgrade this, we are going to use it every time, but it's not gonna bring us a benefit every time we use it. This is gonna be like a free country, but we might not actually be able to take advantage of the temporary firepower every time we use this. However, every time we play the Duplex Barrier, we are going to be dealing damage. So I think the more consistent option, the better option for right now, is going to be upgrading the Barrier. Just putting it down to only a single white mana cost. And we can still like combo the two of them for 2 mana in case we needed to. So, for a boss selection, I don't really think I mind any of these 3. However, Marisa is rather rough on like smaller decks since she puts quite a few statuses in your deck. And considering our first card was like a Devour History, and we have like a cantrip here, stuff like that, I'd rather not fight her. And Chirno, if we don't get like strong cards that allow us to actually guarantee a long-term win, could be an issue. So it's not because of our character specifically, but rather how the run looks right now. I think Sakuja is a markedly easier opponent than the other ones. We are going to have like some zero, like we have Dimensional Point Rift, and we might have an upgraded Ascension Kick for zero cost cards against Sakuja, which means we might actually be playing quite a few cards per turn. But the fact that our deck is generally like decently defensive, we have our barrier accumulating very often, stuff like that, means that I'm not super scared of her slowly grinding us down. And if we manage to like deal solid bursts with these cards and whatever we get on the way, we might be able to beat her down before she has like that much time lock. So I think the Sakuji is actually gonna be notably easier than either of these two. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick Sakuja here. We are very close to our second spell card regardless, and we're unlikely to use it until an elite anyway, so I think that's actually just the better option. As for our path here, the top one and the third one from the top are basically the same, except for two things. If the combat is a disaster, we can actually go ahead and not take an elite here, while that's not an option on the top one. And we have our event here before the combat, which I tend to prefer, event before combat rather than combat before event. So yeah, there's two reasons why this path is better than this one. And we are going to want to do an elite at this point, because like by that elite we are at a minimum going to have our duplex barrier and likely our Ascension Key upgraded, which should mean we are a lot more likely to be able to beat them. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick this path here. Got the elite, with like an option to prevent disaster that the top path doesn't have, and having our event at the start of the path. Okay, we are at 68 HP, so I am just going to exchange 20 HP here for 150 money. That means that with the combat here and the elite here, we might actually be able to take a shop on the third part of the act. And we will have a guaranteed upgrade at the gap, because like if we get like a small combat here that only gives us like 10 coins, we could actually get screwed out of an upgrade here. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do this exchange. Plus losing 30 power means that we actually might, like if we have to spend our spell card here, we might not actually have it for the third path, like the third section lead. So yeah, this is like the better option on two accounts. Because we have the rabbit plus doll here. This is actually like a kinda rough combat, since our deck's kinda defensive, and the trickster is going to take away our money and just try to run rather quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and just probably sacrifice some HP to be able to kill the rabbit trickster quickly, and not have to worry about the Doll of Neriun's poison death. Because this is not damage we can block, and unblockable damage is very rough for our character. Yeah, let's go ahead, and we are going to still block as much as we can here, leaving us 1 mana. And while we could do the leave 1 mana for the 3 barrier on the Purification Rod, the duplex barrier is currently on our hand, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play it on the Rabbit Trickster rather than worry about having barrier for future turns. Because we're gonna have like at the very least 1 more turn where we can get a barrier for the next time we draw the duplex, possibly 2. And we really need to try and finish this combat quickly. So yeah, because the poison is very rough on our character. since we are focused on generally blocking the damage and we can't block poison damage. Okay, so having the kick plus the point rift here means that we're going to be able to do 9 damage with the point rift right now, thanks to the ascension kick. And then on top of that, we're going to recover it from our discard pile when the temporary firepower runs out. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Sadly, we didn't draw the boundary that we had here, which would have let us block this entirely with the bullet extermination plus the boundary. However, since we're only going to be spending 3 mana here on the bullet plus shoot plus point rift, we're actually going to be able to block fully thanks to the purification rod and keep 2 barrier for later. So yeah, gonna go ahead and do that. 10 block plus the 3 barrier is going to block this. We are going to get hit by 3 poison. 40 HP is still a solid amount if that's all the damage we take on this combat. So yeah, the Rabbit Trickster is looking like she's going to get taken down rather quickly. She does start with temporary firepower down here though, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure if she always starts with the same buff. If so, I honestly didn't remember her rotation. But as for now, our shoots are not going to be dealing any damage anyway. So on this turn, we're going to just fully block, throw the point rift on the Trickster because it's free anyway, yeah, spending like 2 mana on 5 damage is not going to be worth it here. And ideally, we'll just draw our duplex barrier and the Ascension Kick next turn and be able to one-shot the Trickster easily. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and full block here with 2 boundaries and the bullet extermination. Heal the 1 point of free damage and gain some barrier for the future. We are getting Spirit down in this turn, but the Doll of Narion is buffing herself, which was rather predictable, but really glad to see it regardless. And yeah, we don't have any attacks other than the duplex barrier and the shoot here, so if we want to kill the Trickster, we are going to have to do the barrier. Playing the Ascension Kick here is still like 3 damage on the shoot for the Doll of Narion, and it is like a temporary buff, so we are going to recover point rift for next turn, so it's still worth playing. But we are going to be wasting quite a bit of mana here, and quite a bit of damage, since we're... Are we doing this like 30 damage into 14 HP enemy? The thing is, next turn we're going to get like firepower down if we don't kill her. So she'll only have 6 HP, but we can't do 6 damage with like any of our shoots. We'd have to either draw the talisman or the barrier. So it is a shame that we're wasting so much damage, but knowing we're going to get the firepower down next turn, and that we're also going to be attacked by the Doll of Narion, so we're going to want to block regardless, means that if we want her dead, I think this is the moment for it. So I'm gonna go ahead and waste a bit of damage just to improve our situation in the future. And drop a Danmaku shoot on the doll, because we don't have anything else to do with our mana anyway. So 8 poison death. However, now that she's alone, we don't actually care about her debuff. So at this point, we're just going to go ahead, block. Okay, so we can deal 30 damage off of this. If we talisman shoot, it would be 40. Leaves her at 7. However, I think we're likely to, even if we don't drop the talisman shooting here, like if she's left at 17, oh, we actually can't beat her, can we? Because this is like draw 1, draw 3 temporary firepower, so this would be 16 damage. If we leave her at 17, we can't actually kill her. Okay, so just so we can, and if we do the damage, let me count. Yeah. Okay, so we have enough block right now to block her attack fully. However, we will have no barrier. But as usual, 6 cards. We're gonna draw 5 of them. Even if we draw our worst combination, which is like everything except the kick, because if we draw the kick, we're basically drawing all 6 cards. So yeah, everything except the kick. This would be 10 damage. And if we leave her on 7, we have guaranteed lethal. Which means that even if we are going to lose all our block and barrier here, it's actually worth just dropping all the damage we have on her and leaving her on 7 rather than leaving her at 17 and keeping all our barrier. We're going to sacrifice our barrier so we can make the next turn the last one in the fight. And as I mentioned, if the fight is going to go short, that is the point where barrier is actually the least valuable. Because if you can just stand it, you don't need to block. And there we go. We didn't take any damage from the poison death because we did take care of the rabbit first. And we got out of there without taking too much damage. So, Talisman of Dreams, True Majesty, Celestial Flight. We don't actually have like that much energy intensity on our deck. Like, we don't have huge mana sinks or anything. So the Celestial Flight is generally a good card, but I don't think it's actually going to help us here. So it's one of the other two. True Majesty, 0 mana, applied to weak to each enemy, and exile. If you upgrade it, gets 1 more weak and gets innate. Solid defensive card. Just do this at the start of the combat, and you have to like block a lot less over the combat. Is kind of rather solid in my opinion. However, the Talisman of Dreams here, extremely good on upgrade. Goes to 1 red for 12 damage and giving you the Persuasion Needle. And even like on just red, accumulating Persuasion Needles could help us against certain elites. Not to mention, it is actually rather good with our Ascension Kick, since we get to do the kick for the temporary firepower and have a bunch of guaranteed ways to spend the to get use of the temporary firepower by just spamming the Persuasion Needles right after. So I think like between these two, it's rather close. Normally, I'd tend towards True Majesty, but with the deck we have right now, as with Astroline, mostly Ascension Kick into our big attacks for damage, I think Talisman of Dreams can give us like a more solid long-term option. Just accumulate a few needles and then eventually go ahead and Ascension Kick into a bunch of Persuasion Needles for solid damage. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this up. And since we're so reliant on the Ascension Kick, it is going to be my upgrade here. Talisman of Dreams upgrade is also like very solid. However, we pick this card looking more forward towards accumulating needles and then eventually using the needles. And the needles go better with the kick rather than just being able to generate them for 1 mana. So I'm going to go ahead and just pick up the Ascension Kick upgrade here. Speaking of which, we actually had exactly enough money for the upgrade if we didn't take the Rumia event. So as you can see, it would have been like extremely close. Like we would be at 0 if we didn't take Rumia on the event. So it would actually be a risk. Still, as for the path now, we have 40 HP, which is still like plenty, and our deck has markedly improved thanks to the upgrade on our 2 core cards and getting the Talisman of Dreams here. So I am actually not anywhere near as afraid of the elite. If we get the Fairies of Light, it's probably gonna still be like a rather rough elite, but I think we can deal with the other 2 just fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and go for it. I had to open my mouth, didn't I? Well, at the very least, we are not getting the worst possible combination, which would have been Luna plus Star in my opinion. However, this is an extremely bad starting hand. I guess at least we can deal like some damage, and while fully blocking. Like Bullet's Extermination plus Pound right here is going to full block for mana, and we could shoot if necessary. However, I think I'd rather just like still full block, but go ahead and leave the mana open so we get some barrier here. Because this is definitely going to be like a long fight. There's no chance we're finishing this fight quickly. Not when we didn't have a good opening draw with all 4 of the cards we wanted on the not on our starting hand. I also do want to use my spell card. However, since next turn I'm going to be attacked by both Luna and Sunny, and the spell card is going to be accurate damage, so I can and Luna is going to give them 10 barrier to all of them and to Grace. This is going to be more useful next turn by weakening the 2 attackers, and it is going to remove 1 of the Grace on every enemy, which should be rather useful. So yeah, I'm gonna save my spell card, not for later, but rather just for our next turn. And we do get quite a bit better hand here when it comes to offense. However, we have 0 block for these 2 attacks here. So I'm really glad the Binding Circle here is going to protect us fully. Regardless though, let's open up with our Firepower on our free cantrip, since it will also affect the Binding Circle too, 14 damage rather than 10. So yeah, at this point, looking at my hand, I can definitely get rid of the Grace from one of the fairies fully with the Circle plus the Point Rift with fully accurate damage. So 2 stacks of Grace with 2 accurate attacks, just very efficient for us. And then I do believe I'm likely to be able to kill one with Duplex Barrier. So I'm just for ease of calculation, I know I'm going to use the Binding Circle regardless, so I'm just gonna open up with it right now. And if I kill one of these 2, I do believe I'd rather go for Luna over Sunny, because the Luna puts statuses in our deck that take away our mana, while Sunny puts the ones that deal damage to us. However, we have enough defense to not take damage from these generally, while we don't have I guess our cards after the upgrade are rather mana efficient, but our block cards that we need to defend ourselves are still our basics. So I'd rather keep my mana and be able to block than lose some mana in exchange for not getting the sunlights. So yeah, this puts her down to 38. So Duplex Barrier plus Shoot here will actually finish her off, and we have enough mana for a full hand. So I'm going to do this 100%, and then we'll decide whether we want our barrier or just our block. However, actually, not barrier or block, but rather the Talisman Shooting is not actually doing anything here, because they both have Grace. And taking away Grace at this point is completely useless, since I'm not gonna be dealing any damage after that. And the Grace is going to go away on its own regardless, so the correct play here is just to do Boundary for some free block, use the mana on the Purification Rod, and just letting the Talisman Shooting go away. So we'll be taking 13 damage this turn. We have a lot of barrier, so I'm happy to just do 1 bullet extermination, and that does leave me enough mana for all the rest of my attacks, so Talisman into Shoot into Point Rift, leaving the Persuasion Needle we're going to generate on our hand, and retaining it until we get back to our Ascension pick. Out of these 2, however, I do think I'd rather focus on Sunny here, since Star is generally not that big of an issue when it comes to the statuses. These are, I think she puts 2 rather than 1, but they are generally they are not going to be dealing damage to me. So, and I'm going to have quite a bit of barrier accumulated, So if I have a terrible draw because I drew like several starlights, I'm unlikely to be taking damage. However, if I get unlucky and draw a ton of refracted sunlights, they might actually add up enough damage along with the attacks to get through the barrier. So yeah, I'm going to just focus on Sunny because of that. Which means I'm just... okay, first off, the extermination as mentioned. Just so I don't take all that much damage on my barrier. And then drop all of the damage I have on Sunny. And ideally, next turn we'll be killing Sunny and not have to worry about block. Yeah, does not seem like that's gonna be it. Or it is actually. Okay, so this is actually great, because Sunlight here plus the 14 damage from Sunny would have actually gotten through our barrier and dealt damage to us. However, since we do the duplex barrier here, we get to just drop this on Sunny, kill her off. Don't have to worry about her attack anymore. And just since we already have our temporary firepower, drop the needle on Star. We take 5 damage here, but we have our barrier. And we get back our point rift because we use the wheel kick, the ascension kick. Okay, so 14 damage. We can full block, half our barrier take care of the sunlight. We don't know what we'll be drawing next turn, so it's not like we have guaranteed lethal or anything. However, next turn we're not going to need to block, because she's going to go back to putting starlights in our deck. So I'd rather actually focus on full damage this turn. So if I just drop all the damage I have here, I'm putting her down to 13. And I'm not gonna get to do both defense, but this is good enough to like leave some barrier in case I draw my duplex. And next turn I'm not gonna have to defend myself anyway, so it's not gonna be a problem if I don't have like a lot of barrier. So yeah, she's putting starlights in our deck, and we actually get to just finish the fight. But yeah, since I know she's not attacking 2 turns in a row, I could just choose to like focus on offense. Know I have a free turn where I'm going to get like 3 more barrier off of this, and possibly be able to either have lethal or lower her to the lethal range. We get the huge spoon here, which is not exactly a very good exhibit in my opinion. Whenever you add a misfortune to your library, you gain 7 max HP. But generally, we really don't want to be adding misfortunes to our library. So unless we get like more stuff that synergizes with misfortunes, this is unlikely to be useful. And I'm kinda hoping it doesn't get much use, because if it does, that would mean we have a lot of misfortunes in our deck. So, as for our card here, Impatience, Barrier Slam, Binding Border. Normally I like Barrier Slam a lot on Reimu. She's, you know, the barrier character and stuff. However, right now we don't actually have any ways to generate a lot of barrier. So this would only be making use of the barrier that we get from our Purification Rod, which is, and I guess the spell card. I'm not gonna rely on the spell card for a barrier. This is just, you know, for elites and emergencies. So yeah, technically, like, generally I'm not going to be having a lot of barrier. The upgrade is quite good, in my opinion, similar to our duplex barrier. This goes to 1 white, so this is like 10 accurate damage for 1 white, and additional damage equal to the barrier. However, with what we have right now, I think we actually prefer the Binding Border here. When upgraded, it's gonna be like 19 damage, and if we have barrier to vulnerable, it is also an accurate attack. And right now, like, this means that we can combine this instead of the Ascension Kick with the Persuasion Needles, and if we draw like everything together, temporary firepower plus vulnerable is going to be extremely damaging turns. So yeah, I think that Binding Border is actually very solid here. We could also get Impatience, Like, our only other card that draws cards right now is Ascension Kick, and the Impatience does mean we get to, like, since we're drawing 4 cards, we're very likely to get at least some of the cards we want. Like, we have 13 cards, so drawing that is like 1/3 of our deck. And on upgrade goes up to 5, and goes to 1 generic mana rather than 1 red. However, since like a part of our thing is being able to retain the Persuasion Needles, I don't think we need card draw quite as much, because we're going to be getting card draw in a way by retaining. So yeah, because of that, like, basically thanks to the Persuasion Needles there, I think the Binding Border is going to actually be our pick here. But Impatience would also be like rather solid. Well, we still have a relatively small deck and we're looking for a few specific solid cards. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pick up the border here. But I wouldn't blame you for picking up the other one. So, shame that we can get Secret Cloak here, very good defensive exhibits. Even more when we have retain cards, like the Needles. However, as usual, if we want to go to Act 4, we have to get the high-tech glasses. So we're going to just go ahead and pick this. And for our last path, shop wouldn't be completely out of the question. And I am like slightly tempted, so we can maybe look for cards that we need, or maybe an exhibit that makes the final combat easier on the boss. Could just also be removal plus like a card or two. Keep a small deck if we can. It's not like super important, we don't have that much money, and we did already get like one of the events with Rumia that gives us money. But nope. This, like, if we're going for small deck, we don't mind having events rather than combats. And this path does have like not just 2 events, but also like if the first event for some reason ends up with us having less money, we could choose to just go to the gap here instead. So the issue obviously being like we're not going to see a lot of new cards if we just go to 2 events in a row. But if we're going to the second event, we'll be checking out the shop, which means that we are going to be seeing a bunch of cards here, so it doesn't worry me as much. Because of that, I think that this is actually the best path here. Just have the option of going either combat into elite if we decide that we don't want to go to the shop in the end, or just do event into event into shop and rely on the shop for our new card needs. Because this is like 8 new cards we're going to see. So yeah, I think I'm fine with this path, and maybe one of them gives us money. Plus, now that we have like close to 200, if we did like, for example, 1 more combat before an event, we would have the chance of getting the June Sisters event. So, which I call them that. I don't actually know if they're sisters. You know, they're always together. So, oh, this is an absolutely lovely event to see. So, Sardinia Mooncake here. Pretty nasty curse, even more with a deck like ours where fights are going to last relatively long. We might actually have to play quite a few cards into it, meaning we're going to be losing a decent chunk of HP. However, 2 things. First, we'd be getting a Misfortune, so +7 max life of the huge spoon. And second, the Sardinia Mooncake is an incredibly useful exhibit, and even more for long fights, which, as I just mentioned, are a likely possibility for us. Not to mention, like, we have 2 cards here that are very solid upgrades. Could also like maybe sometimes get upgrade on this, which is like +5 damage, makes it better with the vulnerable from the border. So that would be rather nice, and it is just long term quite great for multicolor cards as well. So normally I tend to like the Dango because it's like purely a benefit. You just lose one of your basic cards, gain an upgraded multicolor card, which is very solid. However, This pretty much solidifies my decision to go to a shop, just remove the curse immediately before we even get into any combat. Gain the 7 max HP from the huge spoon, and just get the mooncake, which is absolutely amazing for us, I think. So yeah, I've most often picked Dango here on my videos and honestly on my runs, but this is definitely an absolutely amazing situation to pick up our Sardinia mooncake here. So I'm sorry, Yomu. Seems like I'm on it seems like I'm on the crime playthrough, like on the Misty event. I died and dashed. Now I'm going to steal Yomu's mooncake. So yeah, we're in the evil playthrough, boys. And just go to the other event, get rid of the misfortune on the shop, and go to our elite. Yet another transforming event, absolutely great to see. We do have like solid cards already, so like this might actually just be the removal instead, rather than getting an uncommon card. I'm not sure about this one, honestly. Like, this is actually a reasonable situation to do removal. Get rid of our last talisman shooting, because we already added like quite a few attack cards. So we don't want to get rid of our defense here. Rather than transforming. I'm not too sure, honestly. Does transforming is very often, like, not very often, but on Slay the Spire, from which this game draws a massive amount of inspiration. If you transform a curse, you transform it into a different curse. You can't transform it into a normal card. However, I'm not sure if that restriction also applies here. So I'm kinda tempted to just pick up Grand Change on the Creeping Hunger and hope that that works as both a free uncommon plus a removal. So I'm going to go ahead and do this actually. I'm split between these two options right now. But just for the science, so I can learn something and hopefully also teach you. Okay, it's not even an option. Never mind. Well, I guess now we know I can't actually transform the curse, the misfortune. So yeah, it's not unremovable or anything, is it? Well, I can't look at it now, so let's just go ahead and do our transformation. As I mentioned, we have plenty of attack cards, so I'd rather transform one of our attack cards instead of the defense, since this one doesn't maintain the card type necessarily. And we get Celestial Flight with, as I mentioned, not great for us right now, but I guess if we draw like Border plus Talisman and like some expensive defense cards, maybe we can use it for that. Or maybe since we have this, we can eventually pick up like a couple of more expensive cards. Yeah, this isn't unremovable, so the reason why it didn't show up is because I can't transform it to get rid of it. But yeah, so now I know for sure. Still, not super unhappy about this. Worst case, like this is like even in the worst case where I cannot use the energy for anything, this is a misfortune that I can just play to exile. So still likely better than the talisman attack that I'm very rarely going to use, since I have all of the stronger attacks here. So yeah, let's go ahead, move on to the shop and buy some cards ideally. Oof. Okay, so I see the Omikuji here. Number of choices for card rewards has increased by 1. This early on, this is actually like extremely good in my opinion. However, that means we can't remove our upgrade here. And I definitely want to remove the Creeping Hunger. Ooh, this is like very, very rough here. I really want it, but I don't think it's the correct option here. Yeah, sadly, I do not think taking a relic here is correct. Which is a shame, because I really like this early on. Like, just get to see a ton of extra cards over the course of the run. Right now, we do need to get rid of our curse and maybe even get like a tool to help us on the elite. So, normally I like Wandering Heaven a lot. We could also like get it here, upgrade on the gap, have it ready to start upgrading our cards. However, we do have the Sardinia Mooncake now, which is going to upgrade our cards little by little. So I'm not quite as high on the Wandering Heaven, like not even close in fact. Spellcard Duel, I don't like unupgraded. However, if we're going to, like as I mentioned, have slowly upgrading cards, the upgrade on this is rather solid. Like 3 mana for 15 block isn't amazing, but it is barrier, not block. Plus, it also gives us reflection, and since it's affected by firepower, it even combos with our Ascension Kick. So yeah, I'm actually like tempted by the Spellcard Duel here. Also, would be really happy to pick up the Bar History here. However, we're not gonna be able to pick up both if we want to just remove a card. And if I'm going to pick up the Bar History, then like I'm going to remove a card first, because like this is the same thing, but this costs less money and I don't have to play it in combat. Touch of Fantasy is like, I really don't like it unupgraded. When it's upgraded, it's okay. I guess it works with like our Celestial Fight and the Needles, but we don't really have a ton of exile right now. I'd like to get it if our deck was good with it, but I don't think it is. Obviously the Celestial Flight we don't need for obvious reasons, like we're not even that happy about having this one here, so yeah. I don't think we need a second Talisman of Dreams, but it wouldn't be an awful pickup if we wanted to take it. And the New Year visit here could be useful. Basically it's like for 3 mana, either 3 firepower, 3 spirit, and an extra card. However, if we're keeping, like, if we're trying to keep a small deck and not fill it with crap, the fact that we're choosing an attack or defense to add to our hand is not often going to be like that great. Plus it's like one of 3 options that don't have like any rarity filter or anything like that, so the cards on average are going to probably be mediocre. So in cases like that, even upgraded, this would be like 3 mana for 3 firepower, 3 spirit, which isn't great considering that there are abilities that tend to give us this amount of firepower or spirit for 2 mana already. So not like super happy about this. In the end, I think the best choice here, if I want to keep a small deck and use my Ascension Kick plus Needles or Ascension into like a vulnerable double hit, stuff like that, I think that my best option is going to be picking up Devour History and Talisman of Dreams here, since I have the money to pick up both of these while still removing a card here. Another option would be, instead of picking up the Talisman, still picking up the Devour here and picking up Canned Food for some life gain. Since I have an Elite and the Boss with only a gap in the middle, and I do kind of want to upgrade at the gap, just so we can start with this costing 1 without having to rely on our Mooncake to upgrade it. This would kinda be like paying 51 for an upgrade and some extra HP, because by picking this up, we don't have to actually rest at the gap, we'll be able to just upgrade. So I think, and this is like 30 HP here, I believe is more HP than we'd get from resting at the gap, because it heals 30%, right? And so since we have less than 100 HP, this is gonna heal us less than 30, which is what the Canned Food heals. So yeah, I think this is actually the best play we can do here. So Canned Food plus removal is 101, which leaves us with 84, which is enough for the Devour History. And I think that's going to be our pick here. So we remove the Creeping Hunger, pick up Canned Food, pick up Devour, keep our very, very small deck, and hopefully just get a few high quality cards that we can eventually use to finish our finish up our deck building. Because we do draw Celestial Flight here probably at the best moment we could, just on our starting hand with Long Night with quite a few higher cost cards. So I'm very happy to use it here. Get our energy back, get rid of the Long Night. Ascension Kick to draw, let's see what we get. And food into the Binding Border. And we can actually deal a ton of damage already here. So gonna use the food here, no reason not to, just heal up. Well, I guess the reason too is like if we didn't get 18 coins here, like we wouldn't be able to upgrade at the gap and we have to rest, so it would technically be a waste. But I'm pretty sure the Elite Combat is going to give us more than 18 coins, even more considering we have the high-tech classes, so I'm not worried about that. So the point I was trying to make was we can go ahead and Binding Border here, apply Vulnerable, remove one of the Graces with an accurate attack. And we have 5 mana still, which is enough to play our entire hand, plus the Needle. So we want to use like our weakest attack on the Grace here. So we're just gonna shoot, remove the Grace, and use the rest of our damage on Aya. And this is actually so much damage that I believe we kill her turn 1. We do, that's amazing. Okay, so yeah, turn 1 Aya kill. To be fair, we did draw like almost perfect, or maybe even perfect. I think, yeah, almost perfect. Celestial Flight gave us the energy to play our entire hand, and we drew like 4 or our 5 power cards. Like the only thing that would have actually helped have a better hand would be the Point Rift, because that would be like damage. Like if instead of the shoot to remove the Grace, we do Point Rift to remove the Grace while still dealing damage. And one thing is that looking at the library, I did remember one reason why I might not actually want to finish the combat yet. I still have a Persuasion Needle here, and the Point Rift is likely to, like if we get Point Rift plus shoot, I can just finish her off regardless. However, since I have so much defense, I'm unlikely to take damage from Aya's like 2 attacks, and I do want to get to Devour History and play it if I can. So since I want to play this now if I'm able to, and I'm in an extremely good position to do so in my opinion, I'm going to actually not finish off Aya here. This is technically like small risk, but I think it's a worthy risk, and we could get like a huge benefit from doing this now. Okay, so this is actually just as perfect as it gets. We drew the Point Rift and got it upgraded by the Mooncake, which means we have exact damage to, well, not exact, but like 1 over to kill Aya here. Didn't really need it because we had like Point Rift into shoot for the Grace and then finish off with Needle. But the point is we get both the Devour History and the Point Rift to finish the fight, while also playing our Devour History here. We've already removed our big attacks, however, since, again, like we haven't added a single defensive card to the deck, but we've added a few offensive ones, I'm gonna go ahead and just get rid of a small attack here. That should leave our boundaries and our exterminations in our deck. And yep, we get rid of a shoot and finish off the fight with 0 issues. Really happy to see that. We get plenty of money, and well, it's not like a starting relic, which is where it would be the best, but we get the Jeweled Pagoda of Vision Mountain quite early. At the start of the combat, gain 0 energy and 0 firepower. However, you can improve the exhibit at a gap up to 3 times, and when fully upgraded, this is 3 energy and 3 firepower at the start of each combat. So we have 3 extra energy for our Long Night turns, we have 3 firepower for every combat. This is honestly just extremely good in my opinion. It is definitely worth the 3 upgrades or 3 rests you're not going to be taking, Even more considering our upgrades are mostly taken care of by the Mooncake here. So yeah, extremely happy to see that. This is looking like a very solid small deck with high consistency, high power, and just very explosive early turns, hopefully. So yeah, picking up the Pagoda. And as for our cards here, I do tend to like Jinjiang Orbs quite a lot on Reimu, both red and white. However, Secret Border, while a solid card, is mostly a payoff level card. If I put this into the deck right now, even if I upgrade it, it's going to cost me 4 the first time. That means like once I play it, it does go to like 3, 2, and eventually 1. However, I don't think I like the orbs enough to justify like putting a 5 cost attacking my deck that has a condition to reduce cost that I can't actually activate. The Ceiling Circle, we don't really care as much about anymore. We've gotten through most of the early AoE necessary combats, and we do have like a few like 0 cost and accurate attacks that allow us to have high burst to kill off some of the units on the AoE combats before we have to worry about getting swarmed. And so with our deck being already rather small, I think Purify the Land is going to give us like unmatched consistency. Like once we upgrade this, we're going to be able to just exile, like shoot boundary most likely, or like Eviction Order obviously. Like if we get on our starting hand, it's like shoot Eviction Order and the Long Night most likely, and just get rid of our basics, have like a very tiny deck and have insane consistency. And you know, eventually when you have decks this small with the ability to exile a few of your cards, we could actually like form an infinite later on. Like I'm not going to play in order to get the infinite, but if I see the chance, I am going to definitely keep an eye open for it in case we actually manage to get one. So we get to the gap. I normally would want to upgrade. We would have enough money. Like we did get like 30 something from Aya, I believe. No, 26? 36. Yeah, we got 36 from Aya. So we definitely had enough money for the upgrade. But having gotten the Pagoda, I do think our next 3 gaps are like pretty much guaranteed to be 3 collects here. Just get our firepower, get our turn 1 energy. Extremely solid. Just very happy to have found it. And the firepower here is going to allow us to get through Sakuya quite a bit more quickly. So, 10 silver lockdown, 24 damage turn 1. So that is kind of rough. But we do have our spell card and defense here. We actually didn't get any other defense from the bullet extermination, which means that we're having like bullet extermination. I mean, a dimensional point rift, celestial flight, eviction order. Kinda means we drew kinda badly. We have way too much mana for way too few cards. However, between the extermination and the spell card, we are going to be able to block all of the damage. And I do think I'm going to use the spell card already. Yeah, just get it out of the way now. We are getting attacked with one of, like, other than this Silver Cage, I think the only attack that is stronger than this is the spell card. So yeah, not unhappy with just weakening her when she's doing her 6x4. So yeah, we just play out our cards. Heal up, because we do have more than 15 life missing. And just drop our cards here. And spell card for defense. So yeah, goes down to 16 rather than 24. Which means that we're only going to be losing 6 barrier, and we're going to be gaining 3 from the rod anyway, so... Yeah, against Sakio too, like we don't really have to be as careful with the silver lockdown because you know our barrier is generally going to protect us from that. I'm gonna go ahead and Ascension Kick here since it's as usual just starting off with the free cantrip. Could purify the land here for the extermination and the boundary. However, I feel like that leaves us with way too few defensive options. And ideally, I do want this to be upgraded before I play it. So I'm going to hope I get an upgrade on it eventually. And I'm going to go ahead and just boundary here, because I'm definitely going to trigger the lockdown. So just so I lose less barrier. And just do my 2 strong attacks right now, retain one of the needles for later. And I still have a solid chunk of barrier. Okay, this is kind of a rough turn because of the lockdowns we drew. We are definitely going to go full block here. We're not going to be able to block entirely just off of our block, but we do still have some for barrier. If we were able to just... I'm considering it actually just playing one of the lockdowns. So if we go ahead and do Point Rift plus barrier here, we're still dealing solid damage, and we'd have 1 mana left over that we could just spend on getting the barrier. That puts us on 31 total block, which lets us like get rid of one of the time lockdowns already, and still keep 1 barrier in case we need it for like duplex or the binding border. Yeah, I'm not super happy about having such a low barrier amount, but I do think I don't want to just let her spam time lockdowns on me, even more when our deck's like not exactly huge, so I'm gonna be seeing them quite a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get hit by one of them, and just do Point Rift, barrier, not play the needle, and let the extra barrier from the rod protect me here. We get trailed, and she is going to Silver Cage, which is going to deal quite a bit of damage. So with the Frail also like making our block a lot worse, I think I'm going to focus fully on offense, just try to finish this fight in like the next 2 or 3 turns. Maybe on the turn where she spell cards, rather than blocking it, I can just kill her. Which for me means that I'm going to go ahead and Binding Border here into barrier for massive damage. Let's drop the needle already, because like the vulnerable is actually like better than just the 4 temporary power. Obviously both combined are ideal, but you know. And then spending 1 on this is 4 block, letting it go to the rod is 3 block, so I'm just gonna go ahead and spend it. Like there's a justification if you want to just not play a card for the silver lockdown, so just get the barrier from this, but I don't think it's going to be that relevant, like 1 card difference. So 20 damage. We do have quite a bit of damage ourselves. Not a lot of damage left in our deck, however. So finishing this next turn does sound like not impossible, but kind of unlikely. So I do want to have more than 30 HP, so I can actually survive even if I don't have any block. Like I am going to have block for sure, just like there's 2 block cards here. But just in case, I want to make sure I'm at least defending like for at least 10 of this 20 damage. Let's go ahead and Ascension Kick first, see what we draw. We get a lockdown, so we are not gonna have to worry about that next turn. And yeah, just Bullet Extermination here. Drop the damage we have. Gonna go ahead and save the needle, just do a normal shit here. Should be careful next turn, because you know only 2 cards before the silver lockdown comes. But I already have 2 defense cards, so not super worried about that. And if we draw like some damage, we actually have like a chance to kill. And we did draw the duplex Spire. We don't have barrier to hit twice with this, but she only has 30 HP, which means that this was already 26. We didn't really need a lot more. As far as mana goes, this is a 0, 1, 1, so that would be a 2 mana, which means we have 3 mana left over for Extermination and Boundary here. The decision here though is like, okay, I'm going to do Extermination for sure here to block the Silver Lockdown. The question here is, do I sacrifice 3 more HP so I can Purify the land instead and gain 6 power? And since bosses give 50 power, the 6 power actually gets me to the next spell card, which means that if the 3 HP is a problem, I will have the spell card available. So I don't actually think it's a problem to sacrifice like the 3 HP here. Doesn't matter what I excel really, I'm just doing it for the power, because I'm about to finish the combat anyway. But yeah, 3 HP for 6 power is sometimes worth it, sometimes not. But I am going to heal like half of my HP after the combat, so I will be like 70 something I think. Maybe just 70? Yeah, I think just 70. So no, it's 70 something, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, point being, I'm going to be almost full healed anyway, and the 6 power means that I'm gonna have the spell card available immediately, so I don't really have to worry about later, and I can just finish this fight now. And that is Act 1. So, Gangnir, that's red, all attack cards are accurate. The effect, like the extra effect, is nice, not like incredible in my opinion, even more considering that we already have like a few accurate attacks that we can use to remove grays before we use our non-accurate ones. You know, it's helpful but not like amazing. It does give us red though, which we are not interested in. Ideally we want... I think the ideal for defensive Reimu is green, if only because of a card that gives you like 40 or 50 barrier if it's upgraded, and then just at the start of your next turn, you turn all of your barrier into a damage explosion. I think that card is very, very good to clear like normal fights. Just very potent defense followed by AoE burst damage. However, green is not going to be an option here, but regardless, we are interested in off-color cards ideally. We have our Bottle Soul here, which would be black, and instead of power, we would start getting money from defeated enemies. So that means the spell card we're not gonna be using a lot. And finally the Magic Poker, which is 1 extra card draw for the first 3 turns. And obviously we get blue and Sakuya's cards. I do like Reimu's blue cards, at least the ones I can remember, like for example the Spread Amulet Barrier, like 4 mana, 3 when upgraded, deals a decent chunk of damage to every enemy, and you gain barrier equal to the total unblocked damage dealt, which can often be like on, let's say, like 2-3 enemy encounters, you often get 30 to 50 barrier on top of your big AoE attack. So tend to like that card a lot, for example. However, black does have cards like Gap Lady, which are absolutely great. And the black-white cards, I can remember, like tend to be decent enough. Plus, the thing here is, the 3 extra card draws on the 3 first turns of combat are like okay, but not amazing in my opinion. And Sakuya's white and red cards tend to focus on the knives, which are not like super interesting. Plus, if we get Magic Poker, since we already have white, we would have both of Sakuya's colors, and if we have both of her colors, we're very unlikely to find her off-color cards compared to like if we only had blue from taking this. Like for example, if we were playing Marisa, I would be more likely to pick this up because we would have access to Sakuja's black and red cards. However, having one of her colors already means I'm a lot less interested in it. So I think the Bottle Soul is the pick here. And on top of that, having a lot of money means that once we finish going to the gaps for the pagoda upgrades, we can actually just start going to pretty much every shop we find on the way with the money we get off the Bottle Soul, start removing even more cards, and just if we have no basics in the deck and we get like a couple of good defense cards, because like, we can't really remove all of our basics until we find more defensive cards, since we don't have any defense that didn't start in our deck. But my point is, if we just start going to every shop, we have a lot of chances to remove cards from our deck, and having no basics generally means having a very, very powerful, consistent deck, since I'm never drawing like bad cards, I'm just drawing cards that I intentionally put into my deck. So yeah, I think the Bottle Soul here is going to be the best option, and you know, it does also help with the possibility of the infinite I mentioned beforehand. Okay, so Fantasy Sealworn, Great Hackaway Barrier, and Feast. All three of these are solid. I don't think any of them is like super amazing. So for card draw, we only have our Ascension Kick here. It is like a free cantrip, and with a small deck, we are like if we get card draw, we're gonna be able to cycle through our deck very quickly. So Fantasy Sealworn does have quite a lot of potential, but on the short term, I don't think it's all that great. The upgrade is also like not super amazing, just 5 more damage each time it triggers. So yeah, the seal has potential, but is not like immediately great, I think. Great Hackaway Barrier for the rest of the combat. Reimu's block is converted into barrier. When upgraded, only costs 3, which is a lot better. Because costing 5 means you rarely get to play many, if any, cards after it. However, when it costs 3, you can play it and then immediately play some block cards to start gaining your barrier. Maybe block on the turn, use it, stuff like that. So the barrier here seems rather solid, and it does mean any like defense cards we add are going to be helping us with having barrier, and just we're pretty much never going to not have the condition for these cards here. And then Feast, 3 mana, 18 damage, exiles, expel. So gonna mention this because I don't think I've had any expel cards be the focus of my deck on any of the other videos. If you kill something that is not a summon, you get the extra effect, which is gain 3 maximum life here. So assuming we are actually like doing the Feast to finish off a non-summon on every combat, this is going to give us like 4 maximum HP on every combat, and it doesn't like occupy a deck slot in a way because it exiles itself. So we're still going to be able to cycle through our deck rather quickly if we don't want the Fist. So yeah, I think... yeah, I don't really like the Fantasy Seal here, mostly because we don't have any other card draw. I do think the card is like quite good in general, and it does have potential. But I think for our current situation, it's either Hackaway Barrier or Feast. And one thing that does like lead me towards picking Feast here is this is a 2-color card, which means it has high priority for the Sardinia Mooncake upgrade, which means we're often just going to have it be 24 accurate damage and gain 4 life. And having a lot of maximum life means that we're more likely to be able to use it as a resource on events, and also the fact that we don't have that many defensive cards yet is going to be less important, because the enemies are going to have to get through a lot more HP to actually kill us. So yeah, in a way, this helps with both offense and defense, in my opinion. Long term, obviously, not like in a single combat. In a single combat, this is pure offense. But yeah, it does help us alleviate the issue with having no defense a bit. And so I think I'm going to go ahead and pick up Fist here. I think you could have a good argument to pick up any of the 3 cards, because they all have like strong positives. But I think the one that gives us the best chance to win this run right now is going to be the Feast here. And 1 hour and a half for Act 1 is actually about on average with most of my other videos, I believe, so we didn't actually take that much longer than usual, I guess. So for our path here, one path that could be of interest to us would be like triple combat into a shop, because those combats are going to give us a massive amount of money thanks to the Bottle Soul. However, the first thing I think I want to do is stack up the pagoda. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just pick up the gap here. Go on this path, like 2 combats and an event seems like a reasonable choice. I do want to prioritize the pagoda quite heavily, at least for the second stack. Because if I get the second stack here, I can probably just go to like shop into elite here, and then the guaranteed cap that we have before every boss can be where I get the 3rd stack. If I think I'm not in a rush to get it like beforehand. So yeah, I think like our long-term strategy is going to be getting the 3rd upgrade on the gap. Plus this also allows us to come to the trade with Rinosuke before our shop, which also gives us quite a chunk of money if we end up getting rid of one of these. Like, I think it's rather unlikely, because like I absolutely am not giving away the pagoda, there's absolutely no chance. Definitely not the mooncake either. And so, but the huge spoon could be it if we are asked for it. So actually, we only have 3 exhibits we can offer him, so I guess it's actually a better chance than I thought I had. So yeah, if one of the 2 choices, because it's always 2 choices, if one of those is the huge spoon, I'll probably end up selling the huge spoon. We already got like 7 max HP thanks to it, which is more than I usually get. So yeah, I think that's our path here, is to do event enemy into the gap for the Bishamonten Pagoda. Hopefully sell the huge spoon to Rinosuke here, and then just go to the shops on the rest of the act and finish the pagoda right before the boss, if we don't need to heal. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, and as I mentioned beforehand, like 71 HP, which is absolutely plenty, so not unhappy about our situation here. Okay, so not exactly a great hand. The flight, as I mentioned, isn't like that good when we don't really have defense to, like, when we don't have cards or card draw to spend our energy on, and we did draw like 2 of our 0 cost cards. The Ascension Kick isn't like really a problem because we're gonna draw a different card with it, but yeah, it does mean we're not we're gonna likely be wasting quite a bit of energy this turn. But still, not the worst thing ever, hopefully. We did draw Duplex Barrier here, which almost kills our top enemy. But yeah, this is 34 plus 14, leaves it on 5. Sadly, we don't get to finish it off, and the Onibinding Circle is absolutely not worth using for what is going to be, I think, 1 damage. Because we block here, we gain 3 from the Purification Rod, so we'll have 14 block, 2 damage. Like, we're going to only take 2 damage here. Not really like a massive worry, so yeah. We even get back our Point Reef to guarantee that this is dead next turn. And the bottom enemy is not even attacking, so we don't have anything to worry about. Yeah, just finish this off. We're not going to be using any of our defense, because we are not getting attacked, so just drop our damage. Sadly, we don't get vulnerable off of the binding border because we don't have barrier, but it actually doesn't matter at all since the Scouter is a household appliance and thus immune to vulnerable. We can just probably draw Feast and finish this off next turn, so I'm just gonna go ahead and spend Needle now, rather than wait. Hopefully, Shoot will be enough to get through the block it's going to gain. I don't think it is though, I think it's like 10 plus 10, 10 block, 10 bear. Yeah, it might not actually be enough. So this is 31, it's actually not enough, that's a shame. Yeah, because this is 6 damage, leaves it at 15 plus 13 is 28. So sadly, not gonna be enough to kill it. I'm thinking it's like, I'm definitely playing Boundary. I'm definitely playing Purify here, or Eviction Order. And like 1 mana, we have plenty of mana left over, so this is going to be 11 block. I guess 9 damage is not really worth doing the circle, so we can finish up with Fist. Yeah, we can take 9 damage. I'm not happy about it, but we can take 9 damage and hopefully get the Feast off. Like, if we can block enough until we get back to our Feast here, this is going to like only have dealt 6 damage really, because we're gonna heal 4 when we Feast. So yeah, not a complete disaster. So we go ahead and Talisman of Dreams here. Heal solid damage. Leave it on very low HP to be able to guarantee that the next time we draw Feast, we can actually kill the Scouter. Retain our Needle just in case we have to kill it, because we don't have a block. However, that's not going to be the case here. We get to full block just fine. Even accumulate some barrier for later in case we need it. However, after this double attack, we're almost guaranteed to draw the Feast here. Maybe off the kick? Okay, we didn't draw it. But it is not going to... Okay, so debuff plus status is the Flair. So it's going to give us lock on and that glare to our discard. Which means that next turn we're guaranteed to just draw the Fist and finish it off. And we get to stall for the 4 max HP without any issues. So yeah, as you can see, 60 out of 77 goes to 64 out of 81. So on top of being max HP, it is technically a heal, because you gain the 4 actual HP when you gain the 4 max HP. As for cards here, Thundering Heaven already explained why this isn't super interesting. Plus, we're not going to be upgrading it anytime soon, since we're going to do the Pagoda here, and we're going to focus on removing cards on the shops. Yokai Buster is actually, like, possibly interesting. It is a multi-attack hit that applies Wick, and, like, 3 attacks, like, it's 3 hits when upgraded. And we do have Firepower from the Pagoda and the Ascension Kick. However, I'm also very tempted by the Spellcard Duel here. Again, when unupgraded, I actually think the card is super mediocre. You do get the Reflection, but it's not like even as good as a basic when it comes to purely blocking. Like 3 mana for 12 block is like 4 block per mana, which is like really bad efficiency. However, we do have, again, permanent Firepower on the Jewel Pagoda, and temporary if we draw the Ascension Kick with it. So it's between these two. And considering that we don't really have a lot of defensive cards yet, I think the Spellcard Duel is going to be the better pick here. Mostly also, like, if we get to upgrade it with the Mooncake, like if we get lucky and it falls on this, it's going to start being like barrier generation, which is going to be very solid. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pick up Spellcard Duel here. The multi-attack is like a perfectly defensible pick, but our lack of offense here really makes me... our lack of defense here really makes me prefer having the Spellcard Duel. Because we get Patchouli here. I think Patchouli is like always a yes. I guess if you had like You can't even know actually, because Junko's like an Act 3 boss. So I'm not sure if Patchouli can appear on Act 3. I'm sure she can't appear on Act 1. But I'm not sure if she can appear on Act 3. But the idea is basically like, I think the only reason you would ever have to say no to this is like if you if you don't want to have like more rainbow mana for the possibility of fighting Junko. Even then, like, I think that rainbow mana is does increase your impurity, but like it also can't be purified, so it's not like it's like purely a disadvantage. So yeah, Patchouli seems like literally just an upgrade to your mana base 100% of the time to me. And seeing as we have a solid mix of red and white on our new cards, but we did remove like quite a few white cards from the starting deck, so the red is actually kind of valuable. So I'm just gonna go ahead and rather than get the possibility of spending 4 white by turning a red into philosophers, I'm actually gonna go ahead and pick white here and just have 2-1-2-1. Because we did actually end up with quite a bit of red in our deck anyway, so yeah. Not like we have like huge color restrictions regardless. Like we don't have any double cost cards or anything like that, so not a huge issue anyway. Yeah, and this also means that we can get double block cards, because having rainbow mana doesn't unlock cards from other colors, unless it's like the blank card, but that's more because of the blank card than the rainbow mana. However, having one color, like only one orb of a color, means that you're only going to be getting cards of that color that cost one orb. But if you have rainbow on top of Philosopher's Mana on top of the other orb, this means we can actually cast black cards. So now they actually appear. We unlock the black cards because we have a black mana on our mana base, and then we unlock the black cards because the black cards are unlocked thanks to this, and the double black cards can be actually played. So because we don't have like any green or blue mana, we don't have those cards, like cards of those colors unlocked, even if we could technically play them. But yeah, having one orb means that the rainbow mana does unlock the double cost cards for the card rewards. So that is also probably helpful, mostly because, you know, more off-color cards that we can see. Okay, so Keystone plus Fairy here. As usual, they open up with 12 plus 8. Gonna go ahead and start with Ascension Kick here. We don't have any reason to not use the black mana here, right? Yeah, because this can be played for red if necessary. So there's nothing wrong with just spending the black mana on the Ascension Kick here. Not like we're going to need. Okay, so I guess we just full block here. So we're definitely using this Police Determination because it's our only upgraded defense here. However, the decision here is like, do bullet again, full block, keep 4 barrier for next turn, or boundary into... Oh, actually, if we do boundary into Binding Border, that actually leaves me with no mana, so I'm not gonna get the Purification Rod proc. I was thinking of doing like boundary into Border and have like 19 block, and then the Rod would finish it off. But if I do that, I actually have no mana remaining for the Rod, so I'm gonna go ahead and just play defensively. Next turn, the Keystone is going to apply the static charge to itself, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to have a lot less pressure. It's just gonna be the double attack from the Sunflower Fairy. So yeah, it's only a team attack this time. However, we draw 0 defense, which is insanely rough here. Woof. Okay, I guess I'm just going to drop all of my damage here. Just use that for mana, use this for power, and just pop all my damage on the keystone, which is honestly not even that much. We're gonna gain 3 block from the Purification Rod, which gets us up to 7. So we'll be taking 11. Is 11 damage worth a spell card? I still think no, we're not that low on HP, and we'll be able to heal a bit if we get the Feast on one of them. Plus next turn we do have like guaranteed pretty much full block with maybe a duplex barrier to deal a lot of damage. So I am going to keep saving spell card. Remember, this is likely to be, if not our last, our second to last spell card, because we're not getting power from defeating enemies. So we're basically relying on Purify the Land and maybe any power generating exhibits we get in the future. So yeah, the spell card is like kind of very valuable. So this is 13, minus 4 is 9. So this doesn't actually kill here, and we'll be taking 10 damage. Or if I just do this, this, and this, that is 26 block. Okay, so yeah, 26 block from this, plus is like 16 plus 10. It's full block, and the reflection is going to kill the keystone here. And in fact, if I remember correctly, if I just do the duel first, I think activating the static charge here. Oh, duplex barrier isn't going to hit twice because we don't have any barrier. That is very unfortunate. It's still 9 damage. 9 plus 13 is going to be 22. So I think Rock Hard doesn't block damage from reflection. So if my theory that the static charge activates reflection is true, this actually will kill regardless, even if I don't have the second hit from duplex. It doesn't. That's a shame. Okay, so yeah, just go ahead and bullet extermination, because if we do this, it's like 2 mana for 5 plus 3, which is still like fully blocking. So yeah, doesn't really change anything. We're not gonna have any barrier regardless. But the reflection should at least kill the keystone here. It does. This reflection isn't attack damage, so it ignores the defensive buff it has. And this turn we finally get actual solid defensive measures. So go ahead and Spellcard Duel. 16 barrier. We can finish out our full block with Extermination. No chance this is enough, no? Right? Yeah, no, this isn't enough damage to finish this off. So yeah, full Extermination for some extra block. This point barrier, just because we'll actually get the point barrier back of the reflection going away. So. And she is dealing more damage than we have block, so we'd rather preserve 5 barrier than generate 3 of the rod, so it's better to actually play that there. Reflection deals solid damage, gives us back the rift, and we did actually draw plenty of damage along with Ascension Kick, so we can finish the fight this turn with that. The rift, and that is 29 damage from 27 HP enemy. So we do at least get our 4 HP heal plus max HP. Okay, so Secret Border, already mentioned my issues with it, and they haven't exactly been alleviated considering we don't have like any orb generation. Evil Sylvan Circle, we don't really need, so we don't really like need AoE at this point in huge amounts, I think. Like we have our defenses and just high burst to take out part of the enemy team when we fight several enemies. So not super interested in AoE anymore. And then we have Spirit Assignment here. Whenever status card is drawn, drawing 1 card. It's not an awful ability, but we don't really have any statuses right now. We don't have anything that generates statuses. And our final boss is Tenshi, who does not put statuses in our deck, I'm pretty sure. So, as for elites in this act, Nitori barely puts statuses. I think it's just the glares from the scout if she summons that. I can't remember offhand what the other elites are, but I really don't think we're going to need Spirit Assignment here. Wouldn't be like the worst thing to pick it up, just because you know, it's 1-mana ability. Eventually, it could like be useful regardless. However, we don't really have any huge reason to pick it up either, and I'd rather just keep my deck smaller if I can. When I don't have any cost to keeping it small, and yeah, Spirit Assignment isn't like super interesting right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and just skip over it. It's a shame because it comes pre-upgraded, and the upgrade is actually very solid. Goes from 3 mana to 1 and doesn't cost any color. Which is honestly the main reason I was doubting myself. Just picking this up pre-upgraded now means that we could make use of it in the future. But Reimu doesn't really have cards that put statuses in our deck, I think. This is mostly from like maybe things like Marisa with shadows and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and skip it. I might come to regret it later, but I think it's the better option. So either shop or gap, but as I already mentioned, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the gap here so we can collect. We still have like solid amount of HP, so we don't really need to heal desperately or anything like that. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and upgrade the pagoda. Get more energy turn 1, get 1 more permanent firepower. Really happy about it. We do get to sell off the huge spoon here, so that is just very nice. Ended up giving us like 86 money and 7 max HP, which is more than I get pretty much ever from it, so I'm happy. And as usual, we do the exchange that gives us the console in order to go to Act 4 eventually. And this is actually like kinda nice because between this and the Purify the Land, I do think we're likely to have at least 1 more spell card eventually. So yeah. Yeah, like we already we have 1 right now that is very valuable because we're unlikely to be able to like get a lot of power because of our Bottle Soul. But eventually I think we can get a second one off of those things. So, question here being, do we go event into combat into the shop, or combat into the shop? The combats are actually like kinda tempting, since we have the Bottle Soul for more money, and the Feast for extra life gain eventually. However, if we want to go to an elite right after, we are solid on HP, but I'm afraid if we do 2 combats we might not be in the end. This event could be the Drone Phalanx 2, which means that we kinda treat it as the elite, and maybe go to the enemy here, not go to an elite here. It could be the EMP gun, which would be amazing if we get like Nitori here. I think the quality of events on Act 2, considering that the one we saw was one that I'm pretty sure can only appear in the first part of an act. I don't think I've ever seen Patchouli be on like second or third part of the act. So the pool of available events is still like filled with all the good ones, I think, and I'm kinda interested in several of them. So it might be a bit risky. I mean, it might be better to go to the enemy, get double combat here. But I think with the event pool being rather solid, because we didn't take any of the good events out of it yet, and that's already having like a good chunk of money. Plus this removal is going to be 75, not 100, because it's still going to be our second one. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons to go to the event rather than the combat. Plus we are like likely to save up more HP, so we have an easier decision to go into the elite later. So yeah. Okay, and we do get Narumi here, the Jizo. We get to give her a card in reward. Normally, I just treat this as card removal, get rid of shoot, and just gain +1 max HP. However, under our current conditions, Celestial Flight hasn't actually been useful most of the time. Like, technically, we did have a very good turn 1 thanks to it on one of our combats, but if I give this away, I'm getting like a huge heal, some extra max HP on top, and just removing a card that isn't being super useful anyway. So I think for the first time in a very long time, I'm actually not gonna give her neither a curse nor a misfortune. I mean, neither a basic nor a misfortune. I'm actually gonna go ahead and get rid of Celestial Flight here. Heal up to full, almost full, if not full. Yeah, 89 out of 90. And just get the extra max HP. And honestly, I'm not sure the Celestial Flight was actually better than a basic in our current deck, so I'm not unhappy about it. And now we do enemy and shop into the elite, pretty much guaranteed. It's like there's pretty much no shot this enemy, like this enemy group screws us over enough to God, I'm losing my words. Screws us over enough to not want to go to the elite. Okay, so we do have like a good 2-card exile here. Just get rid of the Long Knight and the Boundary, because we don't really want our small cards for this encounter, because the Joker is going to like make us unable to play more than 3 cards per turn. Playing the Ascension Kick first means that exiling the Long Knight is not actually going to do anything, but it might draw like the other Boundary, so we can also get rid of it, or the Eviction Order. And considering we have plenty of mana for turn 1, since we don't really need to spend anything on our block, because they're not attacking, there's no real reason not to play the kick first here, I think. And yeah, we get the other small block. God, that means we have very little block left in our deck, huh? Just the spell card though. And 1 extermination actually. But yeah, we go ahead, purify the land, Long Knight, Boundary, Boundary. The Long Knight doesn't really matter, it's just building up muscle memory, I guess. But yeah, don't really matter if we use these or not. Just pass the turn, get some barrier. Like hopefully the Joker like the Fox Joker isn't a massive issue, because we don't really tend to have to play a ton of cards. So doesn't generally tend to screw us over with the Fox Charm. However, I think it is going to screw us over specifically here. This duplex barrier here, that's 28. And I'm 2 off if I want to feast. So I could do Dimensional Point Rift and feast to kill the Trickster now. But that means I'm getting hit for not all of this, because I do get 3 more from the rod. So 7 to 16, so I'd be getting hit by 9 damage. And I think it's likely enough that I'll get back to the fist eventually. So maybe I just go ahead and do Spell Card Duel, fully block this. Yeah, I think this is the better option here. It's very close, like 5 HP, because this also heals 4. Wouldn't be the worst sacrifice to just get rid of the Trickster now. But I'm not super worried about the Trickster. And I do think we can get back to the fist quickly enough eventually, so yeah, not super worried. Okay, so just gonna go ahead and full block again with the Spell Card Duel. Binding Barrier leaves this on 8 HP, which like should basically guarantee. Actually, even if we get Firepower down, we have 2 permanent. This deals 24 base damage, so plus 26. I mean, plus 2 goes to 26. -5 is 21, so it's already lethal. Spirit Drain is going to weaken us though, so I guess I do want to deal some damage to the Trickster. So let's go ahead and just... yeah, I can just do this, get the needle, and leave her like low enough to finish off pretty much no matter what. And since I don't have any more defense, the Point Reef here is stronger than the shoot anyway as well, so just Point Reef on the Fox and gain some extra barrier of the Rod. Reflection also deals decent damage. And we no longer have to worry about the rabbit. We feast on it. And now it's just us and the Jockey. And the Fox, I mean. So, we don't have enough defense to full block here, actually. So we just gonna go ahead and play one of the defenses. And get 3 more block by having the Point Reef be the card we play here. We're going to be taking 1 damage, but like, whatever, it's 1 damage. Actually 3? 3, sorry, miscalculated. At this point, however, it is starting to scale up decently fast, since every time it Spirit Drains us, it's gaining 3 firepower. So we do want to finish this fight a bit quicker if we can. I'm gonna go ahead and this is full block plus reflection damage. And it also means we can go ahead and either duplex barrier or binding barrier for the extra damage. And in fact, we have enough mana for both of these, which means we can deal a ton of damage to the Fox. Plus the reflection is going to leave her almost dead, and the needle is going to finish this off next turn. So yeah, we took barely any damage in the end. We didn't lose money because we got the rabbit, and we even got the 4 HP from the feast. So pretty happy about how that fight went. We have a ton of money going into the shop, so very happy. So meditation, tiny hitbox, and maiden's aerial dance. I really don't like meditation when you're not doing like basically a high card count good stuff deck, because this is basically like you can generally get an average card, so you generally have at least a decent amount of value. So yeah, this generally covers for your weaker turns. So yeah, it's an average card to put on your deck when you already have plenty of them. Our deck's kinda small, so we can generally have reliable, higher quality cards without needing this kind of card. So we would go to either Tiny Hitbox or Maiden's Aerial Dance. However, while I think Tiny Hitbox is maybe slightly better an upgrade for us, the upgrade simply removes the vulnerable, while the upgrade on Aerial Dance makes it 1 mana card draw, which is very solid. Defensive card that draws us cards and costs very little. With how small our deck is going to be, we're just going to be cycling through it very, very fast. The Grace is also like a buff for Dimensional Point Rift, and for enemies that can do things that attack us during our turn, we can actually activate this like twice a turn with it, stuff like that. So yeah, just very solid card, and fits in our deck quite perfectly, I think. It's not like we're gonna be upgrading it like very soon, considering, you know, we're going to be going to shops for removal and gaps for the pagoda, but the mooncake can hit it, so that is generally why they might be relevant sometimes. As for all of this, I actually see quite a few cards that I might be interested in. Not just cards, but also exhibits. So, smart speaker here. Let's just pick 1 card to always starting our hand. And if we pick up Purify the Land with this, we're basically guaranteed to like remove the Long Night turn 1 every combat. So that is actually quite interesting. It is like a massive chunk of money though. It is an uncommon relic, exhibit. Other than that, we obviously want to be removing if we can. Hakurei Temple Fair is also a rather solid ability. 2 or 3 temporary spirit every turn, which is basically like getting 3 spirit every turn. I mean 3 spirit as soon as you use it. except it works with things that make you lose buffs like this, or the Point Rift. So yeah, that's basically the synergy there. Clean Energy, also very solid. Just having free defense in our deck that also cycles is great. Plus the fact that this is a free cantrip could end up meaning that if we exile enough of our cards, we could set up an infinite loop off of Ascension Kick and Clean Energy to gain infinite firepower and block for one turn, and then just use that firepower to have our damage cards actually finish the fight. And considering the card is good, like both of the cards are good independently without needing to actually infinite combo to be good, I think it would actually be a very, very solid addition to the deck. So pretty much the two things that are guaranteed here, I think, are Clean Energy and the card removal. So I'm going to go ahead and do that first. Get rid of the shoot. Get Clean Energy. And now we have 228 coins remaining for whatever else we might want to do. So the things that interest me, obviously, the Smart Speaker, so we can have turn 1 Purify the Land. That means that an upgrade on this would actually be very valuable, because we'd be able to do like Purify on Eviction Order, Long Night, and maybe one of our basics every single turn 1. So yeah, that seems rather solid. Other options, the Water Gun is not like as good as in Act 1, but it's still very solid tool. Like 0 mana for 30 damage is absolutely huge, and it can combine somewhat with Ascension Kick, but mostly very well with Binding Border, applying Vulnerable for like 45 damage. Yeah, the Talisman of Dreams, we don't really need like a second copy of it, I think. It could be useful, like I've considered it on our last shop, I believe. Wouldn't be the worst thing to get, but I don't think it's necessary. Manipulation of Fate would actually be rather solid. You can discard a card, you don't have to, it's just a possibility. And then you get like a 1, 2, and 3 cost card. So we'd be able to get like either our Feast or Spell Card Duel for the 3, or one of our like average cards for 2, and then we'd be guaranteed either the Duplex Barrier or either Duplex Barrier or one of the boundaries, which if we end up removing it, guaranteeing Duplex Barrier would be actually very solid. I mean, if we end up removing the 2 boundaries. So yeah, the manipulation here would also be kinda good. However, it is very, very expensive, so it would be the only thing we do this shop. And if we are only doing one thing this shop, well, I guess we could get that and the Water Gun actually. But if we're only doing one thing, or like one thing and the Water Gun, I think the best one here is the Smart Speaker. We do have like Bicycle here for upgrades on all our future attacks, and Mask of Hope to actually be able to generate power. But I don't think any of these are super interesting compared to the potential that Smart Speaker has. And yeah, I've mentioned it so many times that I'm pretty sure Smart Speaker is just our best option here. Just guarantee that we get use out of Purify the Land by simply being able to guarantee the Long Night Exile. And then if the Mooncake hits the upgrade on it, or if we just manage to find somewhere to upgrade it eventually, it's actually going to be very, very solid to just be able to get rid of Eviction Order, Long Night, and like one of our basics every turn 1. So yeah, I'm very happy with Smart Speaker into the Purify the Land here. And we definitely get to go to the Elite. We have almost full HP, very solid deck, good exhibits, and our spell card available if we end up needing it. So we fight Hatana Kokoro, and I do believe Hatana Kokoro is actually like rather easy with a defensive deck, because she doesn't tend to deal high amounts of damage, and we can accumulate barrier for when she does her spell card. Plus, we have decent enough damage to be able to kill the masks relatively quickly. So I don't think we're worried about either of her two gimmicks. Neither the masks nor the very potent spell card if she manages to gather emotions. So as for turn 1, I'm pretty sure it's just Purify the Land on the Long Night. Wouldn't mind removing the Bullet Extermination for the long term, but I feel like I might need to actually play it on this turn, so I'm not gonna risk it. It's like, technically I could remove it and get other defensive cards of the Aerial Dance or the Clean Energy, but I'd rather not risk it, like an actual tangible loss of HP or like very small benefit of having one less Bullet Extermination in the deck, which might not even be a benefit on some of the turns actually. Yeah, start with the free cantrips as usual. Go ahead and since like we have enough mana for all our hand, I'm just gonna go ahead and draw some cards, see what other options we might get. We get our Ascension Kick, so more free cantrips. And now this is our final hand. So the duplex barrier here is going to be able to kill one of the masks. So we're only actually gonna have to block 20, which means we can go ahead and just full block with Extermination and Boundary, which is great since if we spend 1 mana on the duplex, we're not gonna have a full block. However, I'm thinking duplex barrier kills 1. We actually have 1 grace from the Aerial Dance for the other, so we actually only need to block 12. So what we can do here is duplex barrier to kill one of the masks, point rift on the other to get it lower HP, probably kill it next turn. Remember the masks are summons, so we can't finish them off with feast for the extra HP. But yeah, we have an almost guaranteed kill next turn, I believe. A Talisman of Dreams, Binding Border, just the reflection from Spellcard Duel if necessary. Well, I guess the reflection is not going to be enough because we're going to lose the temporary firepower. But still, it's very likely. And that way we get to just use only 1 block card, go to 15 for Hadana Kokoro's attack, and we have mana left over for the Purification Rod. So yeah, go ahead. Duplex Barrier for the kill. Dimensional Point Rift, 4 damage. And just do Bullet Extermination here to block the remaining damage, leaving us 3 for the Rod. Alright, I forgot of course the Reflection guarantees the kill. I was specifically saying how we'd get back the Point Rift, which is the thing that almost guarantees the kill. I don't know why it slipped my mind. So rather unfortunate. Hadana Kokoro is doing her big attack and we didn't draw any of her defenses. Is this actually finally the moment where we do our spell card? We have 10 block here, 3 from the Rod, so that would be 17. We'd be taking 10 damage. I guess 10 damage isn't that much. And if we can save it for the spell card for Tenshi, that is probably going to be where it's most useful. I guess I can take 10 damage. Okay, I've convinced myself, so let's just instead Bullet Extermination here. Actually, I'll be taking 13 damage because I don't want to waste 2 mana on getting 3 barrier. I'd rather just use one of the attacks. So yeah, let's go ahead and Binding Border since it's our stronger attack on Hata. Actually, I wanted it on Hata because of the vulnerable, but I guess the vulnerable doesn't matter if I'm spending my other 2 attacks on this. So I guess this is actually the optimal damage combination. Wastes the vulnerable, sadly, but I do want to kill the Manreiki before it debuffs us, because otherwise we're going to be getting hit hard when she spell cards. So yeah, let's get rid of Manreiki. Talisman of Dreams, Dimensional Point Rift, retain our Needle for later, and we'll be taking 13 damage here, which is kinda nasty, but not like too brutal. The brutal part though, we don't have barrier for our duplex barrier, so we would have to spell card duel if we want to play it out. So yeah, let's get rid of Manreiki. Talisman of Dreams, Dimensional Point Rift, retain our Needle for later, and we'll be taking 13 damage here, which is kinda nasty, but not like too brutal. The brutal part though, we don't have barrier for our duplex barrier, so we would have to spell card duel if we want to play it out. And considering it almost one-shots the Manreiki, I think I am going to do this. Just a point rift here. And if I just do aerial dance, the grace is full block by virtue of just grazing the attack, keeping all of our barrier. So yeah, this is basically like 15 barrier in a way, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. We're gonna be getting back our point rift. We have one needle, so if we get the ascension kick here, which we do, we're going to have a lot of damage this turn. She did get like 2 procs of anger though, so she's already at 4 firepower. This is actually like 33 damage. That is huge. Ugh. Yeah, the masks are like random, so sometimes you can get very unlucky after getting a ton of firepower early. We didn't get any debuffs though, because we killed the masks quite quickly. So the spell card next turn isn't going to be huge damage, thankfully. But yeah, we are actually might not be able to drop all of our attacks here, just because we have to defend from this 33 damage. If I do Bullet Extermination, that puts me to 27, which is not enough to full block. But if I do both of these, I have very little mana left, so am I willing to waste 6 HP in order to follow up the Binding Border with his Talisman plus a Needle? I might be, honestly. Yeah, it's way too much damage. But the thing is, like, next turn... What? Am I fully blocking next turn? Unlikely, honestly. Well, if I keep the barrier this turn from blocking with everything I have, it's a lot more likely. Fine, I think the defensive play is better here. Not like a ton better, maybe, but still better. Yeah, Binding Border. It's I guess we could do like Talisman of Dreams into one of the needles for slightly more damage, but this also increases the point rift damage, so it's the better play, I think. Didn't actually calculate it, but like 21 plus 23 is 44. Instead, it would be like 15 plus 18 plus 16. It's actually the same amount of damage, it seems. Yeah, it's the same amount of damage, so I guess it didn't really matter. And now just double Bullet Extermination, so we can keep up some barrier for our next turn. Only 4 though, I believe. Also, notice how like the 2 firepower has been like extremely useful throughout these fights. Like really just starting a lot of damage over them, over the duration of them. Okay, so we do draw Duplex Barrier here, which isn't block, but does let us get rid of the mask here. And I guess Boundary gets us rather close to full blocking. 4 plus 12 is 16, plus 3 from the rod is 19, so we're only gonna be taking 5. But again, we drew like most of these, like, is that all of our Stars and Misfortunes? Okay, no, just most of them on the same hand. Not sure if I should save the needle for our burst turn with Binding Border and the kick, or just go ahead and use it for damage now on mana efficiency. I think it's fine to use. Like, we have some card draw now, and we haven't been able to really get super aggressive since we have to block quite a bit. So I'd rather go for the mana efficient play here. Yeah, take 5 more damage. We're still healthy. It just feels like we're taking a lot of free damage to situations that we couldn't really prevent. So we can full block this while also generating a needle and dealing some damage. I do want to have barrier for next turn for possible Binding Border, so like maybe like Ascension Kick, Binding Border, and the needle. So I am going to save this and get the mana to gain me barrier. rather than just use the needle now. We did get weakened though, that's a shame. So, Ascension Kick. And I think... oh, this feels so miserable. Spellcard Duel here is a lot of barrier, but it's not enough on its own. And we'd likely want to just aerial dance, which means we're only gonna have like 1 mana available left for offense. I guess I'll just start with the card draw in that case. See what we get. Point Rift here is not good enough for lethal. So I guess yeah, just go ahead, Spellcard Duel. 24 barrier plus 1 grace means that we're going to be left with 2 barrier after this. And since we're going to be left with barrier anyway, I'm going to go ahead and use the needle this time. Use the fact that we have some temporary firepower at least. The reflection is very solid damage actually. And well, this turn basically plays itself. Just do both blocks. And 8 plus 10. This is 10 base damage. It should be 12, but we're weakened. So it's not going to be enough to kill them on Reiki. If we just do Talisman plus Point Rift plus Needle on it. So in that case, I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and try to finish off the fight. Next turn, we hopefully... I think this one weakens us. It's blue, so I do believe it weakens us. That's a shame. Still, hopefully, Ascension Kick plus Barrier and Feast all happen, and we get to dump all that damage on Kokoro, and that allows us to burst her down next turn. So I'm going to go ahead and just drop the damage on her rather than Reiki at this point. And since I'm hoping for the Ascension Kick, I guess I'll keep the needle in hand. Not a big deal to wait, I think. 1 mana isn't going to be huge on a hand with like 0-0-1-1, even if Feast costs 3. We did draw Ascension. We do both of the cards that draw extra cards. Oh, that was just Spirit down. Okay, then we didn't really have any issue. Forgot about that thing. But yeah, we drew both of our cards that draw cards, which means that we have all of the draw pile from last turn available. And regardless, we have enough firepower here that we can just go ahead and feast on Kokoro without any extra damage from any other cards. So happy to just finish this combat, which we didn't take like a ton of damage, but we took some, and it definitely looked a lot worse at some points. Thanks camera, let's start combat, apply to lock onto each enemy. Not like huge, but it does help with things like Point Rift, double hit from the Blitz Barrier, stuff like that. So not unhappy to have it, that's for sure. Get some money, and look at our cards. So, Hakurei Temple Fair isn't a bad card. Would guarantee us that we get back our Point Rift every turn. So that could be a source of constant damage. And it does give us like some spirit for cards like Cling Energy. Not as big for like Spellcard Duel, because like 2 extra block on a 3 mana card isn't like huge. But for small defense, stuff like that could be good. Lucky Break, just generically good card. The Amulet is nice. I'm not sure if Amulet here works with temporary firepower and temporary spirit. If it does, like maybe we could like combo this with the Ascension Kick to gain just 4 permanent firepower. So that could be nice, but we don't really have like anything else that's super important to have Amulet for synergies. And the money isn't that important, not because it's less important now. After all, we are going to be going to a lot of shops, but rather because we're going to be getting so much money from the Bottle Soul that the 10 extra from playing Lucky Break isn't really going to be that relevant as a percentage. Still, I think if it was between these two, I'd actually pick the Lucky Break, because Amulet can sometimes have like a ton of unexpected benefits. But Judgment of Sins here, allowing us to get rid of misfortunes and statuses as we get through our deck, and maybe eventually like retaining our cards and cost reducing them. So like cost reducing things like the needles, so we can save up for huge turns. Retaining and cost reducing Feast, so we can set it up for future turns. The cost reduction lasts for the entire combat too, so if we can do it on things like Spellcard Duel, just start playing our huge block cards for like 1 red would be absolutely huge. So yeah, it has like a bunch of small synergies, while also being misfortune and status prevention. We don't really need it for our starting position, because like we have Purify the Land, and once we get it upgraded, we are not even going to have to worry about the eviction order. But things like the glares from this combat, or possible like scout fights and stuff, it will help quite a bit. And once upgraded, this is actually just free, so it's just quite solid mana generation by making us other things cost less. And honestly, the biggest thing here is if we can get certain cards reduced with this card, we're sometimes gonna be able to generate infinites off of that. So yeah, I'm kinda tempted by that as well. And the combination of like all of those things, the fact that it's multicolor, so it's likely to get upgraded by the Mooncake. There's no single reason why I want the card, but there's like so many small possible advantages that it gives us that I think is just going to be the pick here over the Lucky Break. So yeah, let's go ahead and pick it up. Okay, so actual choice this time, since we do get 2 exhibits rather than one of the pieces for the Act 4 thing. The Watch, whenever a skill card is added to library, upgraded. Broken Amulet, and start combat, gain 1 firepower and 1 spirit for each misfortune card in the library. So the thing about Broken Amulet in Ascension, in Lunatic7, is that this is always at the very least 1 firepower and 1 spirit, because of our eviction order. On top of that, if we end up upgrading Purify the Land, as mentioned, we could add 1 more misfortune to our deck, almost with impunity. Like, the only issue would be if we got it on the starting hand, because turn 1 we do Purify into the eviction order, the Long Night, and whichever misfortune we add to the deck later on. So this actually has quite a bit of potential to just give us like 2 firepower and 2 spirit on every combat. With the firepower from the Jewel Pagoda as well, that would be like 4 firepower, 5 once we upgrade this as well. So that is just extremely solid. Like base scaling, the firepower and the spirit both improve Spellcard Duel. If we get the other block card that scales off of firepower, that is like 8 block, 8 barrier, having 2 firepower and 2 spirit would shoot it up to like 12-12, which is absolutely a massive upgrade. And yeah, there's just and the fact that we have the Mooncake here means that upgrades aren't really as necessary. Obviously they're nice to have, and I do think we are going to want skills in the future, because they're where most of the card draw is, and I do want some card draw at this point. But you know, a couple of extra upgrades really don't compare to just 1 farm power and 1 spirit now, with the possibility of getting more later. So I think I'm going to just go ahead and pick up the Broken Amulet. Like, there's very few situations where I would pick the Watch over the Broken Amulet, and in this situation, even if the Broken Amulet wasn't like several times better than the Watch, it would still be better for our deck specifically, I think. So yeah, that's an easy pickup, and a great pickup too, honestly. and we go ahead and just I guess there's no real choice on path from here on out, since we are going to go enemy, shop, and elite, because we're definitely healthy enough for the elite, despite having taken a bit of damage on Kokoro. The high amount of max HP we've earned so far is actually like one big reason for that. So yeah, this is definitely it. However, what I'm doubting is which of the 2 notes we get. I'm very tempted to go to the event in case we get the node where we fight a phalanx of drones for a rare exhibit. If we get that one, it would be absolutely huge. However, if we don't get that one, let's say we get average event number 27, so we don't really like get any big benefit of it. If that happens, this enemy is not likely to give us a ton of money for the shop, and our removal is going to cost 100. So let's say this combat is like 50 to 60. We wouldn't have that much to buy cards or exhibits, which is the one thing that's preventing me from instantly clicking the event. I think it might still be the better option. Did we go to double event on the other one in the end? We didn't. We ended up... Oh no, it was double combat event, not double event. So yeah, one event. The event was the Jiso, which is one that can appear on any act. So we still haven't done any of the Act 2 exclusive ones that are like really good. I think I'm going to go ahead and, since we got like... This one doesn't change our pool of Act 2 events, because it was Patchouli, and I'm pretty sure after the trade she can no longer appear. This one doesn't change it, because it's like it can appear on any of the acts, I'm pretty sure. And so we don't have like... We still have all of the great Act 2 events as a possibility here. So I think it is going to be just event into the enemy shop elite. We didn't really get any of the ones we were hoping for, sadly. Okay, so Hatate here asks us for an interview. We have 3 options. Sorry about that, you probably noticed a small stop in the commentary and a pause on the... and the cut in the video. Something came up. Had to go and deal with it. I left this open, so I guess this is like half an hour later now. But yeah, we were on our event here. Which isn't like a great one in my opinion. So, Hatate here wants to interview us, asks a question. There's 4 options. The first one gives us a tool that is like for 1 mana, you gain 30 power, but I believe it doesn't replenish, so it's not like completely free. The second option, Negative News, gives us a bunch of cash. But also puts a tool on our deck that does the opposite, Negative News. It instead costs 1 energy, but loses us 30 power. So we'd either lose our spell card, or have to have that for quite a while if we got that. Then we have Entertainment, I believe, which is like we get a misfortune, but also we get a tool card that is like 1 mana, drawn till you fill your hand. The tools, by the way, I didn't mention, like it's like the negative and positive news have 3 uses, and the one that draws cards has 2. And finally, Gossip, which gives you a heal. And the tool it gives you is like 2 uses, and you gain 2 luck on, if I remember correctly. None of those replenish is the issue with them, and they're kind of like the wolf fur that you can sometimes get from Act 1 events. But yeah, the idea is like She gives you either tools that give you a benefit, and the option has a drawback, or tools that have a drawback and the option has a benefit. Thing is, I don't think any of the 4 are of interest to me. The positive news, like, I've been trying not to rely on the spell card, so like it's really not that necessary. It would be like 90 power after using all 3 uses, but yeah, we haven't really been needing the spell card. Hopefully we won't either. And we have like 1 combat, 1 elite, and the boss for the rest of the act. So I'm pretty sure I can just save it for the boss and hopefully not have to use it on the elite. So I'm not desperate for a spell card. At the same time though, I also don't want to get rid of the spell card, so the negative news, like I could only use it once before I can't use my spell card any longer. I guess technically we could go like if we use the spell card on the elite, I could use it like once in this combat. The negative news, I mean. Actually, is that an option? So let's say I get negative news. I use it once here. I go down to 106 power. Then use my spell card here. Use the negative news. And then use the negative news again on the boss. And like only lose like maybe 50 power from what I'd get from the Purify the Land on enemy elite. Yeah, that doesn't sound quite as bad, honestly. But the thing is, I really want to save it for the boss, though. Yeah, no, I want to save the spell card for the boss, like I mentioned, so I'm definitely just going to not take that. The misfortune thing could be interesting with the Broken Amulet, but the benefit we get is like rather short-lived in my opinion, and we still haven't been able to upgrade Purify the Land. And finally, the last option for a heal is really not necessary, and like I really don't want to add the Gossip into my deck for no real reason. So I'm actually just gonna go ahead and refuse the interview here. The 4 options have some benefits to them, but I do not think in any of them the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Would be close on the negative news if I could just like, if I didn't want to save the spell card for Tenshi, because she can really like hit very hard once she has scaled up her power. So yeah, I want it as an emergency for this. So, but yeah, if I didn't want to save it for Tenshi, I could just, as I mentioned, lose 30 power here, then use the spell card on the elite, and lose 30 here, 30 here. But since I wouldn't really have 30 here, because I'd have 12 at this elite, oh no, I lose 12 and then I lose 6 here. It's not a big deal. So yeah, in the end, instead of 90, I would play like 40 something power instead. So that could be interesting, except I really don't want to use it on the elite. I want to save it for Tenshi if I can. So yeah. I did mention before, however, if this event like barely affected us, I might not have that much money going to the shop, but I guess worst case we still have like a removal and maybe a card or something. Don't think we're gonna be able to buy an exhibit, but it is 3 enemies, so I guess there's always a chance. It's not exactly super likely. Okay, so we open up with Purify on the Long Night. Just like I mentioned last time, I would do it on the boundary as well, except I kinda need the boundary for block now, and it's not even going to be enough, honestly, but well. So then Judgment of Sins is just going to be cost reduction. Binding Border is a card that generally combos. Like if I can do apply vulnerable and then drop other cards on top of it, it's very good to reduce the money costs. However, these two are appliances, so the vulnerable doesn't really matter. which means that this is like less important for me. I think I'm going to go ahead and Judgment the boundary just so I have basically 6 free defense every time I draw this. And yeah. For this turn, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna be able to play my hand like way more. I have way more than enough mana to play my entire hand. But for later, I'm going to just get a free boundary basically and start hitting the drums. Okay, so rather rough turn with the amount of damage they're putting out. However, I'm pretty sure I can easily kill one of them, feast on them, and then probably block most of the other one. Actually, not easily, huh? Because if I do like duplex into feast, I can kill the top one, but then I don't have an easy solution to block everything the bottom one does, because I kinda just graze for the one hit here, but I don't have anything for the double hit here. We could just draw maybe Clean Energy or Boundary here. Ascension Kick might let me deal with the bottom one instead. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just start with the card draw, because I'm pretty sure the Graze is something I want to get regardless. And we do get like double bullet extermination, but I can't even play it because I only have 1 red mana, since I had to, you know, spend 2 on the aerial lance. So if I kill this, it's kinda like blocking 17 in a way, and the alternative is blocking 16 at most. So I guess the play is to finish off the top drone. But I'm gonna be taking 11 right after. Already taking sun damage on the first turn. So yeah, as you can see, the biggest weak point in this deck is definitely the super mediocre defense. I did also like not draw my best defense card until the end, but that is like really not that big of a deal, really. So yeah, if I have to draw the 0 mana block every time I want to not take damage, I'm gonna be taking damage 2 out of every 3 turns, so yeah. As usual, open up with our cantrips, with our free cantrips, I mean. Sadly, we don't have barrier, so these 2 aren't quite as useful. But I guess I can go ahead and just destroy the Gloomy Kappa here. 39, so either of these 2 plus the Binding Border does it. And then I can just go ahead, Duplex Barrier here. Is it worth it to do the Needle? I have no damage here. I guess I have the Reflection, but no. I mean, no damage I can use in order to prevent it from attacking. Which, for me, means that dealing damage now isn't all that worth it. I'd rather defend myself until I'm sure I can finish it off. I didn't take into account the Point Rift. Doesn't actually change it, thankfully, so no big deal, but I did miss it. Rid of the Eviction Order here. We have the free boundary that we set up at the start. And I can just play the Spellcard Duel. We have enough with the Rod plus the 24 and 3 we have here. So we can just go ahead and deal damage to it. And the Reflection will take care of it on its own. Actually, since we have the mana, this is technically better. Not like a huge deal, but still technically the better play. And the Reflection does it. So we did end up with like almost 300 money, which is pretty good. We did take a lot of damage from this combat though that I didn't want to be taking. Like not completely brutal, but still pretty bad. We do get a card offering here that is absolutely amazing though. So, the card is this one, but I'll go to it last. We get the Bard Desires here. Exile to run the cards from the discard pile, getting 3 life for each card exile this way. This would be some healing, which is something our deck doesn't really have access to, so this could be nice. However, the random nature it has, with our deck not being exactly huge, and the fact that we're going to open up by exiling cards already with the Purify the Land, means that this is like very hard to set up in order to not exile my important cards. And not to mention, like, some of our important cards, like the Clean Energy, or the Point Rift, or the Judgments of Sins, are cards that we want to play first, because they because it draws cards. This one draws a card and benefits our other cards, and this one will be cost reduction. So those 3 are cards that we want to play quickly, which means that they have a high chance of just getting devoured if we rely on this. The upgraded Talisman of Dreams here is actually quite good. Having it pre-upgraded means we don't have to worry about it. It's always going to be a 1 mana to deal decent damage and create a needle. Like the one we have on our deck already isn't upgraded, so it would be a marked improvement. And we did mention like a second copy would be fine. It's not necessary, but it would be fine. However, 3 gods here is just pretty much everything we could have asked for. Considering we have our Judgment of Sins here, we could reduce the cost by 1 generic. And the thing with 3 gods here is that when it upgrades, it only costs 1 generic. So we would have basically 0 mana card draw. Very good card draw too, because like 0 mana draw 3 is huge, and it gives us temporary firepower and temporary spirit if we draw attack and defense cards, which gets even better. So yeah, not to mention, obviously this is the main reason I'm talking about it. It's an easy setup for an infinite, since 0 mana card draw just lets us draw cards forever. So yeah, absolutely picking this up 100%. And the upgrade on Purify the Land cannot come soon enough, and ideally we'll upgrade this very soon as well, but this one could eventually get hit by the Mooncake anyway, unlike Purify, which can only happen on the first turn. So yeah, with our cost reduction there, and the fact that we are often lacking card draw, the 3 gods of Sumiyoshi here is just absolutely perfect. Because I'm seeing quite a few possibly good cards here. Devil's Codex, exile card from the hand, draw 2 cards for 2 black. Only 1 black one upgraded. The thing is, the first time you play this, if it's unupgraded, it is free, because it's giving you an occult pack. So you are getting 2 black after spending 2 black. So yeah, it's basically card cycling in a way. You spend a card and exile a card in order to draw 2 different cards. However, the thing is, this very easily ends up thinning your deck, since you're exiling your cards, and sets up for the possibility of the infinite we mentioned with massive ease. And when upgraded, like, it's just 1 mana, so just even better. Not much else to say about it, honestly. So yeah, I'm very interested in the Devil's Codex here. If we wanted to go for a more relaxed but still powerful long-term card, the Hacker illusion here isn't a bad one. Whenever a card that isn't a Persuasion Needle is exiled, add a Persuasion Needle to the hand, temporarily costs 0. So this is basically massive exile synergy that just keeps giving you damage and damage and damage. The big issue with that, however, is that, well, other than these 2, one of which wants to start the combat and the other of which wants to end it, our exile is basically limited to the Persuasion Needles, so we wouldn't be generating any new ones. So this isn't actually going to work. Then Jinjen Rune here, just lose 1 life in order to create a Jinjen Orb, and gain the effect of whenever you play one of these, you get 2 temporary firepower and 2 temporary spirit. I think this is a very solid card, rather often. However, on our deck, like, we haven't been able to get any Yin Yang Orbs. This would be basically the only source we have for the secondary effect, and spending 4 mana and 1 life for a single Yin Yang Orb that gives us temporary firepower and spirit, this is sadly not worth it. If we had other Yin Yang Orb cards in here, like, maybe it would work, but in our case, it doesn't really help. The relics, by the way, which I didn't mention, the only interesting one is the one we can't afford, which is Soul Torture. This is just whenever we graze, we gain green energy, but we only have one source of repeatable graze that isn't, and we don't really make good use of green energy. And this is every 3 turns, gain 1 graze, which is a decent defensive exhibit, and I'd actually be happy to take it. But I am more likely to want to spend my money on things that I think are better. So yeah, it's not that this isn't good, it's that I think I have better options here. As for the other cards, the Ceiling Circle and Duplex Barrier don't really interest me. The Duplex Barrier might be relevant if upgraded, but if I'm having doubts about it upgraded, there's no shot I'm picking an unupgraded one. I already have one, one's enough. So, yeah. Cleansing Ritual could be interesting, however, it is double white, which I'm reticent to add. We do have like white and the Philosopher's Mana, but this isn't really any more than we started with because the Philosopher comes from one of the white ones we had. And if we do end up picking up Devil's Codex, which I'm really interested in, until it gets upgraded, it's going to be taking our Philosopher's Mana. So we wouldn't be able to, like, draw into the ritual, for example, and use it. Baby of the Stone is a good card for big decks. The idea being, it's like, the more cards in your discard pile, the more bulk you get. So if you have a huge deck, you just play Baby, like, imagine you're at the end of your deck pretty much, and you have 25 cards in your discard pile. This is 2 mana for 30 block, which is absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, our deck is pretty much the exact opposite of that, so absolutely not interested in it. So yeah, the only 2 cards we're interested in would be the Codex and the Exorcism. Exorcisms is basically yet another exile card from hand to gain effect. This one costs 1 when upgraded and gives us the reward. Ward is basically when we get status cards added to the deck. Instead, we just don't. But yeah, not like a huge effect, but can sometimes be useful. But I'm not super happy about the Exorcism because we've been having issues with drawing cards, and so I don't want to do something that purely exiles cards from my hand. So yeah, this one does draw cards on top of the exile, which is why I think it's a good effect. And this would be 180, so sadly we would have 100 left, around 100, so it wouldn't be enough for the Tachycopter, sadly. But we might pick up like another canned food, since we still have like an elite in the boss, and we don't want to heal here, since we're going to upgrade the Pagoda. So yeah, I'm thinking it's just Devil's Codex and card removal. Honestly, I'm tempted to just pick card upgrade so we can upgrade Purified Land now. This kinda works like a card removal if we upgrade it. Yeah, I'm going to do that, in fact, because like the card removal is fine, but we've added like 2 defensive cards to our deck, and then we added all of this. Oh, yeah, and the Clean Energy, I guess. But we added like all of this that doesn't help us protect ourselves. We've been taking quite a bit of damage in these fights due to our lack of efficient defense. So I'm kinda interested in maybe like upgrading this rather than removing a card, so I don't have to remove my defensive basics. And this helps like just have this upgraded already. which has been an issue until now. That way we can get rid of the eviction order, and we can even get rid of one of the basics, like we mentioned, that is still in our deck this time, after upgrading. So yeah, I'm gonna be upgrading Purify here, rather than removing a card. Normally I prefer to remove a card, because, you know, the upgrade for Purify could come eventually. There's generally a lot more upgrades, I mean a lot more opportunities to upgrade cards than there are to remove them, which is why I prioritize removal. But in this case, I just think the benefits of upgrading Purify the Land far outweigh the benefit from removing, just because we generally have less chances of removal. The upgrade is way too good. And by upgrading this and picking up the Doubles Codex, that means we actually do still have enough money for the Tachocopter. Since we paid 50 to upgrade rather than 100 to remove. And since we are having defense issues, I think that the free grace every 3 turns could actually be rather solid. So I'm going to go ahead and just pick this up instead of the canned food. Hopefully this will save us more than 15 life over its use. Well, more than 30 I guess, since this has 2 uses. But yeah, the grace is rather solid. And I'm going to go ahead and pick this up, just because we kinda lack defense. And this is a defensive option that doesn't rely on us drawing it and having to play it. Just eventually it's going to get value, ideally, and that's about it. So yeah, not unhappy to buy the Tachocopter here. I think that's actually the first time I bought the Tachocopter without being just completely rich and spending all my money on just buying every relic, I mean every exhibit. Like, this is the first time I've bought it very intentionally, and it instantly pays off, because Yomu does get hit quite hard by Grace, since you know, when Yomu is hitting with a Raking and applying lock-on, Grace hits do not apply lock-on for her. So very happy we have it now. Okay, so let's open the fight with Purify. As we mentioned, we now get to exile the Long Night, the Eviction Order, and I guess one of the... because the boundaries are more efficient mana-wise, because we have some Spirit, so this is 5.5 block per mana, well this is 6. However, generally my issue with not having enough block isn't because I don't have enough mana, but rather because I don't have enough block cards, which means I'd rather have card efficiency than mana efficiency, and so I'm gonna exile a boundary over Bullet Extermination here. Now then, before I do anything else, I am going to get 1 Grace and to draw the Aerial Dance, and hopefully find something I can exile off with the Devil's Codex, honestly, because I do want to use it, but I don't want to exile any of the cards currently in my hand. Do a cantrip. I guess this works. Just make a needle in order to have an exile target. Because I do want, if I'm able to do the feast on Yomu. With the Grace we have, it is an actual option. However, I'm thinking Yomu isn't a fight that I can generally afford to stall in, because the lock-on just starts accumulating from the Raking and just ends up screwing me. So maybe I just exile the Feast and accept that I'm not getting the HP this combat. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that, yeah. I was thinking I could still do it. The thing about Yomu is she scales so fast that if I'm not careful, I'll just end up dead before it matters. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then for the rest of my turn, I don't have any more defense, so I'm going to be taking 7 or 4, depending on whether I activate the Purification Rod. And I do think I have enough defense for next turn, so I want to kinda... since I'm not gonna be able to defend, I want to just drop all the damage I can. Next turn I'm not gonna need the energy either, so I think I can use the Occult now. Might not need to though. So like, yeah, let's use it. Because it pays off for the Judgment of Sins here. And if I end up, I think I'm gonna have 1 mana left over, but I think it's important to pay for the Judgment here. And I'm going to do it on Binding Border, as I mentioned. This is the card that has the most synergy with other cards, so I think it's the one that's most important to reduce the cost out of these. Well, I guess it's just these two. Plus, for Talisman of Dreams, if it gets upgraded by the Mooncake eventually, it will reduce the cost anyway, so the Judgment reduction won't actually help. So yeah, this is the better option, I think. And let's go ahead and, while I still have Barrier, because I'm going to lose these, Binding Border. Duplex, this is like 52 damage. This is 26 on the needle. Yeah, it's just better to do duplex. Plus, that way I can use the mana on gaining some more barrier. And Dimensional Point Rift. So yeah, at the very least, we did do like almost half of Jomu's HP. So hopefully she won't be able to scale up too hard. So we do get to do 3 gods here to find other cards, and if we find an attack of the third draw, not the second one, you know, we are going to get Spirit from the boundary. We are going to be able to also get Firepower, and this scales off of everything, so probably happy with whatever we find here. Not to mention playing Ascension Kick here is going to give me even more spell card dual block. This is 24, so if I leave 1 mana up, okay, I'm not gonna have the mana. I guess I can probably do spell card duel, boundary, binding border, point rift. This doesn't apply vulnerable because I don't have barrier, and this isn't upgraded, so it gives me block rather than barrier. I guess my best options is dual, boundary, rift because it's free, and then just let the last point of mana go so I can get some barrier. And next turn I'll have duplex available. Yeah, I think that's the ticket here. Yeah, spell card duel, which is going to be very solid block. Point rift here is accurate damage, and the last grace you have. Well, I guess the last grace isn't going to be gone because she's going to be gaining more, whatever. And then 1 more block, so we can. If I just pass now, it's like 24. This is like, I'll still have 1 barrier left, technically. Because I'll go to 22 plus 3, which is 25 total. So like, 2 barrier isn't really that big of a deal, so maybe I should just Binding Border here. Like, still get the mana left over for barrier. But rather than boundary, just border. It is 22 accurate damage. Gets me rather close to a possible kill. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that actually. Plus, next turn, I'm going to draw these 5. And it's extremely likely that the Judgment of Sins will be upgraded because of the fact that Sardinia prioritizes multicolored. Which means I'm going to like have 5 mana worth of cards I can play, and then some card draw. So I'm going to like probably use the card draw and then use the Judgment to reduce the cards I draw. So yeah, I think that should be fine. Plus the barrier and the reflection are going to be dealing a ton of damage here, and I'm actually rather close to being able to kill her. As I mentioned, let's start with Clean Energy. Ascension Kick is nice. And I only have 1 accurate attack here, so I don't think this is lethal, so that would be 16 plus 19, and this would remove 1 of the graces. So that would be 35 for 1 mana. Then 19 and 17. That is actually lethal, isn't it? Regardless, I have way more than enough mana to do it, so I'm going to start with some card draw so I can be sure. And yeah, if that's not enough, I will simply spell card duel here. So I do this, I do this, and she has 33 left, and yeah, this is absolutely good enough. Let's reduce the cost. hit her, and finish the fight off with the needle. So thankfully she didn't do that much damage to us, but yeah, as you can notice, she was scaling rather fast, so it would have been very risky to try and wait for the feast anyway. So yeah, not unhappy. I ended up deciding to exile it at the start. So we get Soy's Bottle here, which isn't amazing, but we are going to be visiting like 3 shops in the next act if we can. So this is like on the long term, 30 life and possibly like half a Spire card. So not the worst. Not immediately useful, that's for sure, but okay, oh well. Okay, so reverse boundary here could be the Rambling. I'm absolutely not taking, just making that clear immediately. Reverse boundary could be good. Still way too expensive in my opinion for what it does. Even upgraded, like 3 mana on the turn I play it. It is going to start accumulating barrier eventually, but I didn't end up getting like any of the temporary firepower or spirit powers, like abilities I mean, the ones that give me temporary spirit every turn and stuff. So I actually don't think I can make that much use of this. So the only question is, do I pick up Fist of the Hakurei? 30 accurate damage for 4, when upgraded goes to 6, like firepower increases the damage by 4 times, goes to 6 when upgraded. So this is at a minimum. If we do upgrade the Pagoda right now, which with 60 HP I'm pretty sure we have enough to not have to heal. That is like 3 firepower, so this is 42 damage. So it's actually rather solid efficiency wise. Plus it also combos with the Ascension Kick. And then we can maybe do stuff with 3 Gods of Sumiyoshi and the Broken Amulet. So it is rather high amount of firepower. I mean amount of damage off of it. Rather efficient. And it also like upgrades to 6 times. In a way, this is kind of like an X card that you always pay 4 for, because it's not like it's insane damage. It's like 30 for 4 is like 7 damage per mana, which isn't that out of the question. But the extra increase in firepower means that, I mean, the extra increase in damage for your firepower means that you don't have to play like 6 cards in order to get use of your firepower 6 times. So yeah, this is just getting a ton of use out of your firepower. It's very card efficient is my point, rather than mana efficient. It's not like really any more mana efficient damage wise than just other multi-hit attacks. But since you can just spend 4 on a single card, it tends to be rather efficient card wise. So that is the reason why I tend to enjoy using this. Like when you're actually able to play it, you just dumpster a single enemy, get rid of a damage source, and when you aren't able to play it, it's only 1 card, so it's not like you're getting completely screwed over. So yeah, doesn't seem like the worst thing ever, so I'm probably going to go ahead and take it. Plus, maybe I can set it up with Judgment of Sins in order to just play it for very cheap eventually. So that is also a possible option. Yeah, it's unlikely though. Judgment of Sins is already like pulling triple duty, like reducing our card draw, reducing like, our block, stuff like that. So rather unlikely we'll get to that. Like, the 3 Gods of Sumiyoshi, I'm pretty sure is the highest priority for that, but since I can't exactly control when I draw it, it's having it there as an option is far from the worst. So we're opening up with Purify the Land, Long Night, Evacuation Order, Eviction Order, and I guess a Boundary? Yeah, a Boundary. Same reason as before. And we Ascension Kick here. Okay, so we do get the chance here if we want to just go Binding Border into Fist of the Hakure, deal massive amounts of damage, but then we'll be taking quite a hit in return ourselves, since she's dealing 24. I was saving the spell card for this though, so maybe I just maybe I don't have to block here if I just use my spell card. Like, make her vulnerable, spell card, and Fist of the Hakure here. Deal a lot of initial damage. And yeah, kinda ignore the Hobbling Pitch, since a lot of small instances of damage are really bad against Tenshi, because she's going to be healing for every instance of damage she takes, and it still feeds her just as much energy. So maybe starting with like vulnerable into the fist and having this to defend ourselves is actually rather solid. If I do this, she'll go down to 16 damage, which still leaves us with one barrier, and having at least one barrier means that the duplex is activated and I don't have to worry about that. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's worth using here. I was already saving it for this, and it allows me to do a ton of damage early on. And it's not like I could be full blocking if I just play the Extermination here, so I think it's fine. Like, if I could full block by not using the spell card on the fist, then maybe I would go for it, but if it's not gonna actually help with that, might as well just drop it now. And I guess we could Devil's Codex on the bullet and just recover the mana with the occult to do the Fist of Hakure. However, we did get an upgrade on this one, so it kind of feels like a waste. It's not like I have a very powerful defensive cards other than the spell card duel, so if that one's upgraded, I'd rather just leave it in the deck rather than install it. And we're not close enough yet to being able to set up the Infinite I mentioned easily, so it's not like I'm going to be focusing on it right now. This is just like an option we have to set up on Act 3 with a few more removals and stuff. So yeah, for now, just punching her, getting her close to half HP already. Oh, and forgot about the rot, so we have 3 more barrier than I thought then. That also means that she's still weakened now, which does help with her first spell card. She uses these every 100 powers, as I remember. So yeah, nice that we can actually have her weakened on the turn we have to block all that. So I'm gonna go ahead, Judgment of Scenes on the duel. I would retain the feast, except I'm definitely not killing next turn with feast, and this only gives retain once, even if the cost reduction is for the entire combat. So I'm just gonna go ahead and reduce this now, so we can play it for cheaper on future turns. Use all of our block, and we're still sadly going to be taking a decent hit here, but it would be much worse if she wasn't weakened. She did, after all, apply vulnerable and free us on the first turn. This is kind of the risk you put yourself at when you give her enough energy to spell card on turn 1, but I think it's acceptable. Yeah, we only took 7 damage in the end. On this turn she's not attacking, so we're going to be fine gaining barrier for the rot from the rot. So first off, our counter position. The aerial dance here I kinda like a lot. Partially because there's the chance we may draw the Judgment of Scenes to cheapen the 3 Gods of Sumijoshi, and also partially because we already have the Grace from the Takacopter, which means we'll retain 1 more Grace for our next turn. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and open up with this. Ascension Kick. Sadly didn't draw the one I wanted, and since this isn't upgraded, it's not gonna give us barrier. But oh well. In our deck we have 1, 2, 3, 4 defense cards left and some card draw. So I think we have enough defense that I'm not afraid of her next spell card. So I don't mind giving her enough power to go above 100. which means I am going to be doing as much damage as I can right now. So yeah, duplex barrier here. It's only actually like 30 damage because she's gonna heal 5 on both hits. But oh, actually I don't have barrier. Forgot about that. In which case, maybe I just do this to get a needle, start dealing some damage. Yeah, since I don't have barrier and I can't deal as much damage as I thought, I think I just do this. And I'm not gonna do point rift here because it would put her like above 100, and for only 14 damage, I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, that way I can just save up my needle. Focus on blocking next turn, not have to worry. She's going to like I'm not really going to be dealing damage next turn, since the spell card she's using is going to give her flawless, and I don't want to hit her once she's flawless. Not just because it's only going to be dealing 1 damage, but rather also because she's going to still be getting healed by her Heavenly Peach thing. So it's actually just not going to deal damage at all. It's going to heal her instead. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just pass the turn. And hopefully we draw as much defense as we can right now. We did draw quite a bit, yeah. King Energy also helps us draw another card. Judgment of Sins, which I guess we can use on Fist of Hakurai to save it for next turn. Doesn't sound too bad. We need to block for 24 here, because one of the attacks is getting raised. So I guess, is this good enough? Yeah, this is already almost good enough. So maybe what I do here is just Judgment of Sins and the Extermination, so I can have enough block next turn. And oh no, I can't activate her next spell card anyway, because she's flawless, so I'm not going to be dealing damage. So yeah, I guess I just Judgment on the Fist, and just play this, just because not really. Like, it's only 1 block, but it's not like I have anything else to do with my mana. I mean, I know it's 11 block, it's just that it goes from 23 to whatever it is. We're going to be wasting some block anyway, so yeah, that's what I meant. We do get our first part of the possibility I mentioned of an infinite here, which is Judgment on 3 gods. It is like good even before that anyway, because I'm going to just be getting 1 mana card draw, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. And if I draw, like, let's say the Binding Border and maybe like these two, this could actually just be the turn where we kill Tenshi. This is the Fist here. Is going to hit quite hard, and if we get like a lot of temporary firepower, it's going to hit even harder. Plus, it only costs 3, so even with only 5 mana, if this draws the Binding Border, we're gonna be able to apply Vulnerable before using the Fist. So yeah, lots of reasons why this is a good play. So let's just go ahead and play 3 gods here. We did get some firepower, but actually we mostly just got spirits since we drew 2 defense cards. That's a shame. I guess that's good reason to... Actually, we have... Yeah, if we doubles Codex on the boundary here, and we do draw the Binding Border, we play 1 colorless here, which is like one of the occult, and the other one goes into the Fist of Hakurai. So we can actually still do that play. So I am going to go ahead and we have 9 cards. This is like -2, +2, and then +1 for the occult. So I can do this without overdrawing. Now let's do this. We get the Clean Energy, draw again. And sadly, now we are finished with looking for it, and we didn't find it. However, this looks like a very good damage turn next turn. So if we can deal maybe some damage here, it's actually going to be very, very easy to kill next turn, I believe. So let's go ahead and play the occult here, because I kind of want to do Spellcard Duel. for both block and like the 18 reflection is going to be some damage. And this gets me to enough block already. So the point rift here is just 10 free damage. And sadly, the only attack I can use right now is Feast of the energy types I have. And I guess I'm unlikely to be waiting for Feast on Tenshi, but he is the boss after all. Let's not worry about it, we can just keep feasting on the normal enemies in Act 3, so just use it now. And between the Reflection and the Vulnerable plus the Firepower we can get off of these two next turn, I do believe we might be able to just finish her off here. And we even draw Fist of the Hakurei plus. Fist of the Hakurei and upgrade it off the Mooncake. So I think should be just an easy kill. Plus 4 Firepower. We'll get the Vulnerable. And the Fist here is just 117 damage. So yeah, we're punching her into next week. And that is Act 2 and Tenshi Gong. Okay, so since we already have the Mooncake, the Beautiful Blade is like kinda wasted sometimes, because we are already starting with one upgraded card. The Mooncake is gonna be doing another one every turn. We don't have a lot of upgrades, but we do have some, like the Ascension Kick is upgraded, the Duplex Barrier is upgraded, and eventually I'm hoping to maybe get a couple of extra upgrades on event. So it's not like the worst, but it feels a bit wasted. On the other hand, center cards here adds black, which isn't a new color because we already have black, and we even have the double black cards thanks to the rainbow mana from Patchouli. And the effect is like tied to the spell card, so when we use it we lose 1 life and draw 5 cards, but we're not really using our spell card a lot for obvious reasons. We have our Bottle Soul here, so these two don't combine very well. And then we have the Ancient Magatama here, which is Philosopher's Mana, and if we spend like 4 more mana to play a card, we get an extra mana the next turn, and we don't exactly have a lot of those, but you know, it's basically like the Fist of Hakurei gives us 1 mana next turn, I guess. So yeah, the extra effects are like kinda wasted on all 3 of them, so I think the Ancient Magatama is better just by virtue of being Philosopher's Mana rather than a color mana. I guess since the other effects are kinda bad, the upgrades of the Beautiful Blade could actually be better than I think. But even then, like, I don't really think it's that necessary. We always start with Purify the Land, so that's an upgrade. And if we draw like either Duplex Barrier or Ascension Kick, we are already going to be wasting an upgrade. And we can't really control what we're upgrading. It's like a kind of a wash, I think. Maybe the Beautiful Blade was good enough to take, but considering the Ancient Magatama just gives us Philosopher's Mana, and we did have like not huge issues, but as long as we are not upgrading the Devil's Codex, this can be a small issue. And the Maiden's Aerial Dance is also double red, stuff like that. I think it's fine to just go ahead and pick up the Philosopher's Mana. And we get our money and our rare. There's a Hakurei Illusion here. As I mentioned before, all our XL already comes from the Needle's Thins, so not useful enough. Evilest Orbs, 10 damage 3 times. It is accurate and retains. So just without even reading the middle paragraph, this is already good by virtue of going well with our firepower from Pagoda. So absolutely amazing with Ascension Kick, since draw 1 card already gives it 1 power, and then the temporary firepower gives it 1 more. So yeah, this is like really huge for that. When it upgrades, it's just extra damage. And the thing is, while in hand, whenever a card is drawn outside of the draw step, this just gets 1 more damage this combat. And since it retains, it's gonna stay in hand pretty much the entire time. So that's basically, as far as I can see, is like a Fist of the Hakurei that retains in a way, but it also grows off of the cards we draw. So it works well with Ascension Kick, Aerial Dance, 3 Gods. So could be good, honestly. And the other option though is also like pretty impressive. It does cost 5 mana, but it's an ability that at the start of our turn gives us 2 firepower. Like this happens every turn. The longer we stay alive, the more firepower we'll have, and then eventually we just punch something into oblivion with the Fist of the Hakurei. So yeah, that is like one way to win fights long term, pretty much guaranteed. And it's even like some sustain at the end of combat. If we are at less than half HP, we do gain a small heal. When upgraded, we scale up faster and we heal for 2 more. It is 5 mana though, there's no denying that this is very expensive. So yeah, the idea is like basically, do we want the orbs or the Immortal Flame? Or maybe just, since we already have the Fist, for long-term combat we might be able to set up Infinite. Maybe we just don't want either. Still, like, I think the orbs are actually like pretty good here. Like, they're basically like, again, retain Fist of Hakurei. The scales like a bit less with firepower, but scales off of things like our card draw and stuff. So maybe we just get those 2, and at this point, like after we remove maybe our 2 boundaries, we can remove more of our attacks rather than more basics. I don't know. For now, however, I do think the Hakurei's Civilist Orbs are the better option here. But you could absolutely make a case for the Immortal Flame. Like with the Immortal Flame, you get to focus more on defense without having to worry about dealing damage, because eventually you will just punch something into oblivion. And the extra firepower does scale the spell card duel up. So like you do have good reasons for it as well. This is the 5 cost when we've basically worked so far by playing a low curve. Doesn't really feel good. We didn't get like, we even removed a mana generation card at some point. So yeah, kind of feels like this doesn't fit what our deck is doing that well. It would make it easier to block because you only have to worry about blocking, not dealing damage. But this does also take like a long time to scale up into like guaranteed kills for the Fist. And it's not like we have that much defense either. So we're not getting like, it's not super easy to block even with this. Yeah, I think this is the option here. Honestly, I could even see a case for just skipping, like not picking either of these, because we have enough long-term scaling simply by being able to exile enough cards to end up going infinite, and we already have firepower payoff on our Fist, so maybe the orbs aren't necessary either. But I think the orbs are at least good enough to use. And yeah, just the fact that they also scale off of card draw makes me like, we did just pick up quite a bit of card draw lately, so I think it's still good enough, honestly. So yeah, gonna go ahead and pick this up. Plus, every card drawn is basically like 3 firepower for this. So because it increases the damage by 2, so it's not like it scales in a different way than the Fist, but it's not like it's going to scale slower than the Fist, believe me. Okay, and as I mentioned, we already have our pagoda all built up, so at this point I'm pretty sure we just want to go to every shop that is available on the rest of the act. So 3 shops plus 1 on Act 4. Which means that the only path with the shop here is the 3 combat path, which means at the very least we are going to have a ton of money when we get here. Okay, so Suwaku here could actually spell quite a bit of trouble, because we don't have a ton of attacks, and if she ends up jinxing important ones, we could get screwed. So hopefully we'll be able to finish these fights rather quickly. Let's start with just purifying the usual. We have 8 mana here, so this would be enough to kill one of these with the Feast. However, we'd be taking a chunk of damage. Gonna rather like go ahead and just draw, get the Grace, see if we have other options available. Not good ones, that's for sure. I guess we can just block. This would be like 14 damage. If we do Bullet Extermination, we'll only be taking like 2, and the Fist of Hakkari leaves this like very low. That seems like such a mediocre option though. Maybe I just go for Suwako then. Or just full block and gain some barrier. I do have a barrier right now, so if I wanted to just drop everything on Suwako, that would be like 19 plus this is around 70 damage. Would get very close to killing her, but we'd be taking damage for no reason though. I do want to finish this combat quickly, but I don't think it's urgent enough to just take damage for free right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and just block here. And I could do Binding Border to like start dealing damage, but I think I'd rather just get the barrier off of the rod. Guarantee that I have more barrier later. Want to be sure I can use it, the duplex barrier and stuff like that. So we lose spell card duel. That's rather rough. Okay, so Judgment here is not going to help much. So we can already play our entire hand. So let's just go ahead and do it on the Extermination. Because if it eventually gets upgraded, it will only cost 1 generic. And right now this technically does give us a discount. We'll just play all our block. Really tempted to just focus Suwako here. Not sure if it's the best option, but I think it might be. Next turn we're gonna have like kick plus Rift, maybe even 3 gods into the Evilist Orbs. If the Jinx hits the Evilist Orbs, I'm going to be supremely pissed, but I think I have to take that risk. And yeah, just gonna try and get Suwako down as soon as possible. We're going to be taking a little bit of damage here. Oh, 10 damage? Yeah, 10 damage. Which is rather unfortunate, but we did not draw well. Fuck me! How does she have such a... I guess Suwako, like, the transforming Tanuki is just a sniper of the gods. Well, guess I have a target for Exile for the Codex at least. Draw a Swath of Ascension Cake, draw this for firepower. We get some firepower at least. Draw off the Clean Energy for free. Okay, so at this point I do think Barrier plus Rift is close to lethal. Does Talisman plus the Needle finish it off? So 25 plus Vulnerable. This is like 40 plus 20, around 20 more from the Needle. So this is 60, which is upgraded by Vulnerable to be around 90. If it's not close, it's like if it's not lethal, it's extremely close. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. Binding Border, Talisman, Point Rift. It's gonna be like, wait, what? I don't have any barrier. I don't have any barrier. I'm tilting and it's costing me the fight. Okay, so let's not compound mistakes. If I just pull Extermination here, I'm only gonna be taking 1 damage. No, I'm not gonna be taking damage, wait. This is 16 plus 10, but I'm gonna graze one of these, is the important part, because of the Takacopter. So yeah, this is actually 18 damage, so I'm taking no damage. I have to spend my mana to take no damage. I was wondering if I could maybe somehow get Barrier of the Rod, but didn't seem possible. And we lose the Persuasion Needle here, so not a big deal. And we do at least get to destroy Suwako right now. But holy, we're going to be taking a lot of damage. Okay, so I absolutely want to kill Suwako here, no questions. So I'm going to go ahead and... Am I seriously? This is 20 damage. I'm 1 off? I'm 1 off? Fine, I guess I'm taking 45. No, I can't take 45. Let's not make this any worse than it already is. So, since I can't get Suwako here without using pretty much all I have, I'm going to try and kill the Spirit of Wealth since it's attacking for 30. So killing this is kind of like blocking 30 in a way. And to deal enough damage, I do think I'm going to need the Fist of Aquaria no matter what else I do. So I'm just going to discount it now. Punches for 30. And yeah, I get to just deal 9 here and set up lethal off of the Feast. And I could choose to either duplex barrier here for like 11 damage or just take 3 less damage by getting the barrier. And honestly, if I wait much longer, this Suwako is just going to jinx my entire library. So I can't afford to make the fight any longer, so I'm going to go ahead and just go for the damage. It's a shame that I'm taking like 25 damage already in like a normal combat, but if I don't finish this like pretty much now, I'm going to get completely screwed. You know, kinda like I am now, having drawn every jinx apparently. Almost every jinx. I guess the way I take the least damage is just killing the Spirit of Elegance. But do I even have enough? This is 38. So this is 49. Oh, so I didn't have enough to kill this anyway. So yeah, this is the only actual option. Punch Suwako, duplex barrier, and accept that I lost 55 HP in normal combat, I guess. On the first combat of the act. Holy. This was actually such a terrible combat. And like, I'm pretty sure my tilting in the middle of it didn't help. But like, this was inhumanly awful luck with the card draw. Not even gonna block, we have Grace. Yeah, this was just absolutely brutal. At least we get to just finish it now. But yeah, that was just such a bad combat, holy. So, I mean, second 3 gods that already comes pre-upgraded. This is a no-brainer. Having 2 of these makes it really easy to cycle through the entire deck once they are like hit by the Judgment of Sins. So yeah, absolutely, I'm extremely happy to pick this up. Wild Exorcism here wouldn't be the worst either, since it's a firepower payoff, and I'm not interested at all. Like, I think this can be good in the early game, or if you have the Ticket from Hell that when you lose life you draw cards, but at this point in the game it's just really not necessary to pay life for what amounts to a mediocre attack at this point. Like, generally the kind of cards that are very good in the early game but don't tend to make the cut in the late game are the kind like very high power early attacks. Like, this is 2 mana for 20 damage on 2 attacks and it is accurate, so this is very solid as a standalone attack. But in the late game you generally prefer just having cards that have synergy between them. So just standalone good cards don't really make the cut anymore. So that's why this is not really that good anymore. Regardless, the 3 gods here is just perfect. Hopefully it will help us with the rest of the act, because we are kind of getting screwed. Okay, so this combat could be kind of an issue. Long night. Yeah, our deck doesn't really generate a ton of energy or a ton of block, so we are going to have problems with playing the initial love letters while not taking too much damage. So inevitably we are going to take quite a bit of damage. Let's start with some card draw. At the very least, once we play a few, having the Evilest Orbs here means that we can just point it at her and she'll explode. For now though, since the rest of our attacks don't really matter anymore, I'm gonna go ahead and exile the Duplex Barrier to draw. We have the Occult to pay for the love letters if we draw them, and on top of that, getting some more card draw is important because we want to get to the love letters or maybe to our block cards. And we get both here, so that's great. I am going to have to... Actually, is this good enough? This is good enough. I was going to use the Occult in order to play the spell card duel, but Bullet's Extermination here actually gives us enough block. We go to 21, and she's hitting for 20, so this is fine. And then we get to just play this love letter. We keep our Occult for some extra mana when we draw the next love letters. And like, this isn't exactly a ton of damage, but it's better than nothing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. It's not like we are going to lose it since it comes back to our hand at the end of the turn with our temporary stuff. In that case, the Grace, I believe? Not really sure. Regardless, we just keep drawing here. We did get 2 of the love letters. Since I want to get like some defense anyway, I'm going to open up with the Aerial Grace, and then just likely Occult to the last 2 love letters, like the 2 we have in hand right now. Yeah. And we're going to be wasting 1 mana, but it will at least go to the Purification Rod, because blocking here doesn't really do anything since we are already grazing both of the attacks. She's only got 2 stacks left of Lingering Regrets, so very soon we'll be able to take her down. Okay, so this is 23 times 3, so still not good enough to finish her off. So let's go ahead and produce a defense card. So if we just play one of these, like, she's only taking 20% less damage. The thing is, if I just pull it here, which I'm going to do, I'm still taking a bit of damage, and I don't really think I need to. Like, even if I don't play the last love letter, she's already taking most of the damage. Just having 20% damage reduction isn't like that big of a deal. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start hurting her and blocking more efficiently, rather than spending mana on the love letters. Okay, and now we get to go ahead and play some card draw, I guess. The Aerial Dance is already like gonna give us half of the block we need, so I'm going to go with this rather than the 3 gods. Sadly, we did get Feast here, which we can't use. Maybe we could draw the Judgment of Sins to retain it? Let's go ahead and try to draw some new cards. We did, actually. So next turn we're probably going to be able to finish her off. Let's go ahead and cost reduction plus retain for 1 turn. I'm gonna Ascension Kick here since I am going to be using some of the damage cards I have. Yeah, Point Rift. Do the Extermination just so I can be sure, just so I can fully block the attacks. And with the mana I have left, I guess I can just draw cards in order to empower the Evilest Orbs. Yeah, that seems fine. On this turn, with orbs plus point rift, we should be able to get like really close to a kill, and then finish her off with the fist, ideally. Okay, so this is 45 times 3, actually 36 times 3, because of the damage reduction. So that would be 108 damage, so still not good enough. Thing is, if I play the 3 gods here, I'm not gonna be able to do both orbs and feast. However, it doesn't seem like we're gonna be able to kill her this turn regardless. So I guess it's the best thing I can do. The Judgment of Sins is back into the deck, so maybe I can just draw cards until I get it again. And play it on the feast again. And next turn will be it. This gives us a second grace. I guess not. Okay, so the thing here is the Judgment of Sins is free, so I don't have to actually keep my mana, which means I'm going to go ahead and spend mana on the boundary here, just so I can open some hand space before I actually try to draw with 3 gods. I would have played another card, but none of them cost 1, so I'm only going to be drawing 2 off of this rather than 3, sadly. And I didn't get the judgment, which is really a shame. But, oh well. We get some barrier at least. Next turn, like the evil orbs plus point rift will leave her like on death's door, if not entirely dead. Yeah, this is already like leaving her on death's door, so I'm going to do this before the kick, just in case I can actually like wait for feast. Not gonna risk it. I'm going to like Judgment of Sins on the fist, so I can be sure that she's dead next turn if I don't kill her, like if I don't draw the feast off of this Ascension kick. But yeah, like this gives me a chance still to get off the feast, which I'd really like if I can. So we draw the 3 gods. We didn't draw the fist off of this. We don't have enough block yet. Oh, but yeah, we have block here. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. This will be fully block. And just Judgment of Sins on the Fist of Hakurei, in order to make sure that I can just finish her off next turn, before she puts the Misfortune into my deck. If I don't draw the Feast. And if I draw the Feast, I'll just finish the fight with Feast. So yeah, I thought this would be quite a bit rougher of a fight, but in the end, I believe we took no damage, and we're finishing the combat off with the Feast. So recovered quite nicely from the disaster that was our first combat. We have 60 HP, which isn't too bad. The Yokai Bastard could be interesting, but I don't think any of these cards is good enough at this point to add to our deck. So I'm just gonna skip, get to the shop as soon as possible. Okay, so the Crow Tengu here, Epic Speedster, every time we play a card, the first time we play a card each turn, she is going to deal 10 damage to us. Thankfully, we do start with 1 grace, because we ended on 2 stacks of the Tachocopter on last combat, so we can actually go ahead and purify the land without issues. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and Devil's Codex, because the Devil's Codex has to hit hand, but Purify the Land doesn't after the upgrade. And I don't really have anything else I want to exile on hand, so just doing this gives me a free target for the Codex, I guess. And now I can go ahead and Purify to get rid of the Eviction, and I guess the Boundary that's not in my hand yet, and possibly like, I guess an expensive attack card could be it, maybe the Talisman of Dreams, because we're not really reliant on the needles anymore. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this one. Mostly because I didn't want to exile the boundary that's already in my hand in case I need it for blocking, even though I don't think I'm gonna use it. I do have Barrier, so if I wanted to I could go ahead and just border into Fist here, take down most of her HP. Then I would have the occult mana for extermination to gain block. Or I could just use the fist to like eliminate one of the crows. Not have to worry about blocking them later. And I think in fact just doing this here is the better play. Just get rid of one of the crows. Not have to worry about them later on. I wasn't going to one-shot the Crow Tango anyway, so not a big deal. I do have only 3 cards that could block the Apex Speedster next turn, which means that I think I want to not play the Binding Border, just so I can accumulate some extra barrier. Like maybe I won't get completely destroyed by the attacks after this. We did draw 2 of the cards though, so thankfully not a big didn't cause problems. So yeah, let's go ahead and aerial grace here. Just card draw and to get rid of the Speedster, since we can graze the attack. Feast here is not enough damage for the crow sadly. However, if we do Ascension Kick here and spend like our black mana or on 3 gods here, if we draw the duplex barrier, that will be enough temporary firepower for the feast to kill the crow, which would be great for us. If not, I guess I'll just Point Rift beforehand. But ideally the Point Rift will go on the Crow Tango. And yeah, didn't draw it sadly. So I guess I am Point Rifting. They are both accurate, so no worries there. And now I have to block 22 damage here, which can easily be done just with a single bullet extermination. However, I am going to go ahead and use Occult here, because I want to also do Judgment of Sins on the other block card. And that way I have a way to block the Apex Speedster damage on my next turn. Plus the remaining mana. I mean, I could Duplex Barrier to take out 2 stacks of Grace, but I'm probably killing off of the Hack Grace Evilist Orbs, and the Orbs don't really care about Grace, so I'd rather just get the 3 Barrier just in case. So yeah, we fully block the attack. Extermination here lets us block the Speedster trigger. Draw a card. So Point Rift here. And with a bit of extra card draw, it's not going to kill, but it's going to be very close. So you just draw a couple of cards. And let's just go ahead and play Orbs. This is 24 times 3, which is 72. I guess if I draw like a bit more. So each card drawn is like 3 damage. 72 means I'm missing 5 and 35 damage. I would actually still have to draw like 9 cards outside of my draw step. However, Ascension Kick gains temporary firepower, so if we get that one specifically next turn, that will be like good enough, I think. We did draw it now though, sadly, so well, I guess it's extra damage because I can Duplex Barrier, so yeah. The extra damage on the Duplex Barrier will actually be good enough to set up lethal here, since we take care of one of the Grace. And that means that we've drawn enough cards that next turn the Hack Race Orbs are absolutely going to destroy the Speedster here, and we don't have to worry about the the Tango here, and we don't have to worry about Speedster, because the attack is going to kill her, and if the card you play kills her, she doesn't have time to react to it. Yep, 0 damage, and we even got the Feast on one of the crows. We still don't have really all that much exile, so I don't know if I want the Edge of Fantasy. Like, other than on our first turn, where we do the Purify the Land, We don't really like exile a lot. It's like whenever we doubles Codex, I guess. So yeah, not like super happy about the Edge of Fantasy. And the other two cards, like I already mentioned why I didn't like them. So yeah, nothing's changed since last time. So Niji Revisit at this point is just pretty atrocious, honestly. And the Exorcism Dance is just not necessary. Like we already have cards that fulfill its role better than this one does. So yeah, this is skip. Could justify maybe picking up the Edge of Fantasy sometimes, but I don't think it's like good enough, honestly. This is the doubles Codex, other than this purifying, you know. So yeah, and we do get to our shop here. So what a bit to see. Honestly, in the end, I'm not sure if I'm happy with having taken no Wandering Heavens, because we have like 22 cards and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades. So like if we're hoping for the Mooncake to upgrade all our cards, well, that's going to take 18 turns. And yeah, there's priority on like the multicolor cards. Like, for example, the Devil's Codex is one we really want upgraded. So is the Spellcard Duel. Like the other copy of Sumijoshi, obviously. So the Maiden Serial Dance is also great. As is the Fist of Hakurei. So we have a lot of good upgrades. So maybe I should have picked up the Wandering Heaven back when I could. Maybe I'll pick this up now. The thing is, it does come unupgraded, and I would have to use a card removal on it if I'm going to I mean, I'd have to give up a card removal here if I wanted to upgrade on the shop, is what I meant to say. So it's kinda unsure, honestly, what to do here. As for relics, by the way, I mean our exhibits, the beer could be nice. Turn 1 temporary firepower, getting free tipsy. The Hakurei amulet is like also kinda okay. The tipsy will combo pretty well with like the fist, the orbs and stuff. So the usual sources of, the usual payoffs for a temporary firepower. Like even if we don't get the turn 1 firepower, like if we don't get use out of it, we still have the tipsy to retain. So, is there any chance the meditation here is useful? So we'd have like, do we have any created cards? We have the Devil's Codex on the view. That's it actually, we don't really create cards. I guess the Needles, but that's like 5 extra damage. So no, the Faithful Meditation isn't exactly important for us here. Which, by the way, Faithful Meditation is one other reason why cards like this can be good. Like if the card you are creating always comes pre-upgraded, that is actually like they start to be kinda solid cards here. And the Faithful Meditation itself is like pretty good in my opinion. When you upgrade it, it's like an innate 3 mana ability that adds like whenever you create cards during combat, you'll automatically upgrade them, and it does give you 2 Yin Yang Orbs, which they're going to come upgraded by the power that created them, which means you get like 1 mana, 8 damage, 8 barrier, which is pretty solid. If we had other sources of orbs, honestly, I might pick this up, but as it is, I don't think it's necessary. So yeah, we do have a lot of it. Even if we're missing like 40 HP, we still have like 74, so I think we might not need the canned food here this time. I'm considering just Wandering Heaven into an upgrade, honestly. Because if we want to exile cards, we can just play Devil's Codex repeatedly. We have a ton of card draw, so This is like, we've been having issues with defending, and this is a defense we can use while also scaling, since it gives us the upgrades. I've been regretting not picking this up early. I was like, oh, we have the mooncake. Sure, we do have the mooncake, but there is like almost 20 cards in my deck that I want to upgrade. So the mooncake isn't going to be able to get to all of them quite that quickly. So if we do end up picking like Heaven plus an upgrade, we'd still have like 3 card removals, which is pretty solid. And we have like 450 money left, so I'd probably pick up the Veer and the Amulet, honestly. And I honestly don't see any arguments against that. I think that's like the best line of playing I have here available. So I'm going to go for it. Like, I haven't been able to upgrade my cards consistently, so in the end, this is actually like rather solid. I'm gonna go ahead and accept that I made a mistake early on when judging it, because I thought the mooncake would be enough. But as you can see, like, I have 18 cards I can upgrade. 17 if we don't include the Heaven, because I just bought it. But yeah, with all the card draw I have, this also means that, like, card draw and retain, in fact. This also means that I'm gonna have very full hands when I play this, so I'm going to upgrade a lot of cards. And like, once like half of my cards are upgraded, that's when the mooncake can really just pick up the few each hand that aren't upgraded and upgrading itself. So yeah, I think that was it was a mistake not picking that up earlier, and I think I have rectified that mistake now. And since I have plenty of money, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up these two, because I think they're solid, and we're still gonna have like 15 coins for the future. Oh, we don't have 115 coins for this though. We need 125 if I remember. Do we have any rares? Okay, we might be able to exchange the feast if it's... Actually, it might not be that bad even. Because if we find a rare that we like, the feast has already given us a ton of HP. There's not that many combats left for it to activate the expel. And the combats are getting harder and harder, so it's harder to actually use the feast. So yeah, I made a mistake by forgetting that I would ideally have 125 coins here for the card trade with Sumireko, but I think it might not affect me. Oh, I have the Evilist Orbs and it picked the orbs. It did affect me. However, it doesn't seem like I'm going to care, because I don't think I care about any of these three. Like, the Descendant of the Ancients could have been an enabler for our combo if we didn't already have the Judgment of Sins. But we do have it, so not worry about that. And Truthful Moon I absolutely do not want, because like, the short fights, I don't need it. Long fights, I'm going to die to it. So yeah, not super interested. However, that does remind me, I didn't check what the boss is this act. Sanai. Okay, yeah, Sanai is probably the easiest one for us. I think we have like 1 ability? Zero abilities. So yeah, Sanai is basically free. So that gives me even less reason to pick up either of these, because they are abilities. And the Angelings is not necessary, because I already have a different infinite enabler. So yeah, gonna go ahead and just skip the card trade here. Thankfully not punished, but again, it was like 10 more gold and I'd have enough for the money option, so should have been careful there. But thankfully, again, not punished. We exchanged the game console here for the eye cream. We have 122 power, so we did get a second spell card as mentioned. Unlikely to get another one, although with the shops and the soy sauce bottle here, it's actually possible. Like, actually, we're going to have one guaranteed, actually, because it's like 20, 20, and then the Act 4 shop is another 20. So just using the Purify the Land a few times is going to get us to 200 here. So we'll have one available for like either an emergency on this act, or maybe even the boss. and then we'll have the last spell card available for Seija. So yeah, move on. Only one path leads. Oh, only one path leads to the shop, and it's not an elite. That kind of sucks. I still think we want to go there though. The shops, like at this point, I think just removing the last few boundaries is worth it. We already have Wandering Heaven now. I mean, Wandering Heaven, the Clean Energy, spell card rule. I think it actually is worth removing those cards now. So I'd rather go to a shop and skip an elite than go to an elite and skip a shop. Even more when we have the Soy Sauce bottle here that, as I mentioned, might be necessary for the last spell card. Okay, so we're purifying here, as usual. Get rid of Eviction Order. The Long Night I already marked. And I guess I can go back to a boundary now that I have one more block card. Yeah, get rid of that one. We don't really have like any defense here. I mean any card draw here, sorry. So we're likely going to have to do double bullet extermination, which leaves us 4 mana. And with the Tipsy here, that is not enough to kill either of the small ones. So killing this one's kinda like blocking for 10. So maybe rather than... Actually it's better, because whenever I play a defense card, this is going to gain extra firepower. So maybe I just, kill the bottom enemy with Order plus Feast, and only use one of my exterminations. Yeah, I think that's actually the play that leaves me the most healthy. I was focusing on the bottom one because I was very close to killing it with the Tipsy plus Feast. However, if I'm going to use the Binding Border anyway, I'm going to do that on the top one. Actually, wait. I didn't take into account they have to lock on, so Tipsy is actually good enough. So Tipsy here, 34 damage, except it has to lock on, so 36 damage. So that is a kill. We need HP, and this is actually worth doing now. We do give the White Wolf 4 firepower, so we are taking 22 here. Won't be taking damage actually, because that's how much block we have, but we have to be careful because this can easily scale out of control. However, as soon as we draw our offense cards, hopefully we won't have to worry, because we'll just kill the wolf quite quickly. I think we just play our card draw here, and if we get enough temporary firepower, we just fist. And regardless, if we want to protect ourselves, we do have to draw because we don't have any defense in our hand. So let's open up with one of these. And getting the Wandering Heaven plus Devil's Codex here does tempt me into just playing the other one, upgrading a ton of cards, including Devils, which when upgraded is going to generate 2 mana. So we'll be able to offset some of the costs for the other stuff. And we'll probably have a kill on the orb at the very least, if not on the wolf. So yeah, let's go with that. Ascension Kick for firepower, Clean Energy. I guess there's a few of these. I might like 3 of these have good upgrades. So I think rather than upgrading the Clean Energy here with the Wandering Heaven, I'm going to draw first and upgrade whatever I draw. Maiden's Aerial Dance is good, so not unhappy with it. So yeah, Wandering Heaven, upgrade my entire hand. Like, seeing how good it is, like, I really regret not having picked it at the start of the run, honestly. But, well, it's fixed now, in a way, so let's not worry about it anymore. Exile the boundary here, get the Occult for extra mana. And we can just go ahead and kill the orb, or just fist something else maybe. This is 21, 102, it's not quite enough to kill the Tengu sadly. The wolf Tengu. We do have enough block for what it's attacking with though, so I'm guessing I'll just kill the orb here. yeah, just Point Rift, Talisman, gets rid of the orb, Judgment here, makes me retain the fist, so next turn I should be able to deal quite a bit of damage, and just Duplex Barrier here to set up the kill on our next turn, which should be relatively simple. We're going to lose quite a bit of temporary firepower, so the fist isn't quite as strong, but we have plenty of other damage sources anyway, so like, yeah, this is just super free. Just draw a few cards, and this just kills. Way overkill, in fact. So yeah, we are going to a shop with almost 200, so not too bad, thankfully at least. Homing Amulet could be interesting. It is a free attack. Could definitely be a way to, if we go infinite, just basically attack for infinite. However, if we go infinite, we can get temporary firepower, like infinite firepower, so it doesn't really change anything in that regard. However, we do have the beer with the tipsy, so this is extremely solid in pretty much every circumstance regardless. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick this up. Like, it's just a very, very good attack, so since our defense is like so mediocre, at least like picking up strong attacks, maybe we just finish fights quick enough that it doesn't matter. I have 2 rainbow mana, 0 colorless. These can pay for colorless regardless for reference. Like, if I want to remove impurities, I could pay for them with the Philosopher's mana. But I really don't have any reason to want these. I've mostly, like, I guess I could put them on the Codex and the Amulet for like free energy generation, but I feel like that's really unnecessary. 12 maximum life isn't exactly a lot, but if we don't upgrade, then we can't even choose which cards we're making pure. Random card. So I don't think this is actually that good. It could be interesting again with Codex and Homing Amulet, since this would be basically just generating energy, and this would be like free card draw, just like we plan on doing with the 3 gods. But I don't think this isn't going to be necessary, and it's not really all that helpful. And obviously, like 16 HP in exchange for Misfortune, this is completely like awful idea. I guess like we could get 1 firepower and 1 spirit, but like if you're going to add a Misfortune to your deck, like don't let it be this one. The Purify can screw us over so hard. So yeah, I'm going to just pass on this event. Hopefully our last event here is something that allows us to get like a huge benefit with Misfortune in exchange, and we are able to actually get a Misfortune for the Broken Amulet and 1 extra target for the Purify the Land. So Eviction Order, Long Night, and the Misfortune you get. But yeah, generally like that is just not a good idea in my opinion. Because I can't buy any of these, but the only one I could have been interested in anyway is the Licky Ladle. Well, I could buy this one, but not really interested. That's synergized with the Tengu's Camera for reference. So they start with 2 lock-on, and after the first hit they go up to 5. So that could be like a lot of extra damage. But yeah, not really something I'm super worried about. And most of my scaling comes off of firepower rather than lock-on anyway. So yeah, just gonna go ahead and remove cards, get rid of the boundary, make it so we can actually possibly get our infinite on Sanai and Seija at the very least, since that's the easiest way to get to beat those. Necromancy here wouldn't be like the worst card ever. 0 mana for 5 firepower and 5 healing. At the next start of the next turn, you do lose 5 life. So the idea is, if you finish the combat on the turn you use this, you're technically getting healed by the Necromancy, because there's going to be no next turn, so you're not going to lose the life. When upgraded, it just goes up to 8 on all 3 numbers. So yeah, it's could be interesting, because, you know, play the firepower, or burst our enemies, and we get some sustain. But we have plenty of sources of firepower at this point. We really don't need one more. Trumpet Solo could also like be a decent free card drawing away, because we're spending 2 mana, but we're gaining 2 mana back. This is actually one of the most solid of the cards in my opinion, because there's 2 of them that draw 3 cards but only put 1 status in the discard pile. But this one is the Sunlight, while the other one is the Moonlight. And since the Moonlight takes away your mana, it's not really free card draw. This one, like, you're getting you're taking the 5 damage, but in my opinion, the 5 damage at the end of the turn is like a lot less worrisome than randomly losing some of your mana. So this could actually be like a good buy here. Does it help us set up the infinite? In a way, we do get screwed if we like end up filling our hand with Sunlight, is the issue, if we do this like a lot of times. I guess we have Devil's Codex to exile them, but that does require mana. And my idea for a possible infinite would be... Oh, we could exile them with Judgment, it seems. So yeah, if this draws me like 1 card plus Sunlight plus Judgment, Judgment exiles the Sunlight, and then the other card could be like extra card draw. Yeah, that actually sounds good. Having the Judgments of Sins here means that if we are doing the infinite with card draw like that, this is actually a solid option. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this up. Trumpet Solo, yeah. Okay, so we fight 2 Terminators and the Scouter here. Shouldn't be too rough of a combat unless we get a really bad starting hand, and the starting hand seems perfectly acceptable. So yeah, let's start with Purifying. As usual, Long Night, Eviction Order, Boundary. Normally I'd want to draw cards before upgrading in order to upgrade the most cards possible. However, the upgrade here is like 2 energy. This one costs 1 less, this one costs 1 less. So the Wandering Heaven is like technically free if I just do it now. So yeah, that allows me to get to like more block cards ideally, because I don't really have a ton of block. And the Grace is kind of useless against the 2 accurate attacks. Didn't get to extra block, however, I did get to Tipsy, Intrude, Duplex Barrier, into Point Rift, killing one of them. Which means that if I just do Bullet Extermination now, I get to full block. And I spend my last mana retaining the Fist, so I can hopefully upgrade it with the Mooncake, because it's a multicolor card, plus just using next turn to finish off an enemy, and get the extra HP. So the Vulnerable here is kinda like useless, because they're both appliances. So I'm going to start this off with just playing Double Codex in the Binding Order. Get Ascension Kick, and I'm going to do this because it's like a free cantrip, but I'm definitely gonna Homing Amulet. Since we have temporary firepower now, this is basically free. Costs 2 red, gives us 2 red. So I'm going to see where the attacks fall, and probably, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and feast the top scouter. And just, is there any way I can finish the combat after? Yeah, there actually is, because since this costs 0, and this is like 2 extra mana, this puts me to 7. So I am actually gonna have 1 left over, because I'm gonna feast for lethal here. Didn't upgrade sadly because of the Point Rift, but the Point Rift is going to deal damage here, and put the Terminator in range of my fist. Bam! That's actually like such a badass phrase to like, oh, I'm gonna put you in range of my fist. Bam, kill him. Oh, not interested. Absolutely awful. Not good enough at this point. Just not really interested in any of these. This is better the earlier you get it, because since it is like a flat amount of HP that it kills below, like it's better when the enemies have less than that HP. Obviously, at this point it's like kind of late for it. So, yeah, if you are offered this on Act 1, this is like kills most of the enemies either instantly or after like 10 to 20 points of damage. Even on like one of the Fairies of Light, like if this is upgraded, a big attack and into this can actually kill a Fairy of Light. So it's actually pretty huge in the early game. But the longer the later you are, the worse it gets. So like I'm halfway through Act 3, so I'm definitely not picking it up. Then we get to raise and supply for one of our free exhibits. Honey Mask is 1 firepower for whenever we play 3 attacks in a turn. Tape is just 2 random defense cards in our library get upgraded. Which would be we could get an upgrade on the spell card wheel maybe. Other than that though, it's like 4 basics. So it's definitely very low value. How high value is the Hanya Mask though? Because we're not really ever playing like 3 attacks in the same turn, I think. Yeah, no shot. Whenever we do that, we're basically like killing something with like Point Rift, Barrier into like one of the big attacks. So I think just the chance of upgrading the spell card duel is worth more to me than the like minimum chance that 1 firepower even happens, much less is relevant on random combats. So yeah, gonna get the tape and hope for spell card duel. Sadly not, but oh well. At least those 2 cards won't be stealing upgrades from other cards with Mooncake. And we choose either 2 combats or combat plus event if we're gonna go to a shop on the elite. And honestly, I normally pick up the 2 combats because we don't have that much money. So that would guarantee us enough money to maybe do something other than just the removal in the shop. However, the events could have options for the broken amulet, like getting the last misfortune we're looking for. So I think I'm going to like go for this. Maybe the event gives us something interesting. And this is the 3rd part of the act, so please, no flawless moon rabbits. Okay, 2 transforms. This is actually kind of rough because of the same reason we kind of got almost killed on the first combat of the act. Suwako here could like jinx half of our deck and screw us over. However, at this point our deck is like a lot more solid, so I'm a lot less scared of her than I used to be. Yeah, Purify, Long Night, Eviction, Boundary. Oh, it's upgraded now. I guess one of the exterminations then. And let's just go ahead and start with some card draw. Okay, we get Wandering Heaven here, which is like a huge upgrade. Even more because I'm pretty sure the upgraded Tipsy plus upgraded Fist is going to either one-shot or be very close to one-shotting the Suwako here. Very close. 102 damage. Even closer with Point Rift, like she's going to be left at almost no HP. We have 2 Grace and 14 block here. So we're only going to be taking 2 damage. I guess I could just kill the Spirit of Elegance here and take no damage. Fine, I'll do that. I think it's the more sensible play, I guess. Really want to get rid of Suwako, but there's really no reason. to be as scared as I used to be. And this gives me, lets me keep my 1 barrier, because the 2 Greys are now going to Kanako's attacks. And I still have the Evilist Orbs in hand to possibly kill her next turn. And this time it didn't. Oh, it hit the fist though. So I guess we're not fisting this this fight. Yeah, this at least it didn't hit the orbs this time. Let's do this for mana. Keep drawing cards. Reduce the 3 gods and use it. Draw free. I mean, use our free cantrip. Gonna go ahead and Homing Amulet now because it's, you know, free, and I do want some hand space if I want a Trumpet solo. It did reduce Suwako enough that I can kill her. However, this is like 120 damage, so if I can use like only 2 mana to finish off Suwako, I actually prefer that. So I can just drop the Hack Race Orbs on Kanako here. So let's go ahead and Point Rift to open up hand space, Trumpet solo, and we do get the Ascension Kick here for some extra firepower. And Homing Amulet might also like just finish this, like get her low enough. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, he just went all on her. That is even better. Yeah, now we have like way too much damage here. Just 150 to easily finish off the combat. And yeah, it was the sensible decision to not take damage there, even if I hit Suwako here. Okay, so at this point, more card draw just isn't necessary. We've added like 1. Since I said I had no card draw, which was like around here, I've added 1, 2, 3, 4 cards that draw cards. We have plenty at this point. And in fact, maybe the Celestial Fight is actually good here. Doesn't really take up a card slot because it exiles itself. And now that we have enough card draw, this actually helps us set up. It's kind of ironic that I spent like a removal to remove it at the start of the run, and now I'm picking up another one. But back then, I really do think it was like a good removal. It really just wasn't helping at all. And removing it back then helped us actually make it to this point. So no shame in just picking it up now that it is actually useful. So we have Satori's event here. We could get either like pay 60 for upgrade on uncommons, or just C20 common and uncommon cards to add. We'd also just go for the 15 life if we don't want to add cards to our hand, to our deck. With that many cards, we are like pretty much definitely going to see some black cards as well. So I'm kind of interested, honestly. And if we get lucky, maybe we just see a Devourer History, and we can just pick the Devourer History and have an extra card removal. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up Suggestion Therapy here, because it is uncommon. Okay, so no Devourer History at first. Yeah, no, sadly not. Ooh, the Crimson Energy release is like really good, I think. At this point, one of the best defensive cards we could get. And I don't see anything else that's like super interesting either. So I think that's gonna be it. We didn't end up getting the Devourer History, which is a shame. But we have like 2 very solid cards here. This Ring would have also been like a very solid option. Just 3 weak, 3 vulnerable is really good against bosses. So good help with Seija. Not as much with Sanaya because she starts with 3 Amulet, but still. But like having 4 firepower and 1 spirit means that this just as a base blocks for like 13 plus 13, which is really huge. So yeah, this can just be, having this in the deck just makes me a lot more eager to just remove all the basic defense I have. So yeah, gonna go ahead and just pick it up, because I've been like a bit reticent to remove all of them because we've been having an issue with not having enough defense. But the Crimson Energy release here is absolutely massive with the way our deck is built. So now we can absolutely just go ahead and remove. Goodbye, World Extermination. Don't need any more card draw. Spirit Assignment, I didn't pick it up when it was free and upgraded, so I'm definitely not picking it up now. Just standard attack doesn't really help anymore. Already mentioned Hacker Illusion several times. Not really interested in the shade here. We didn't end up doing anything, picking up anything that could benefit from the shadows anyway, so whatever. The battle stance is like meh, don't really need it. Cucumber Missile could be okay, but the issue with it is like I would only pick it up if it like so I could go like maybe Clean Energy plus Cucumber Infinite. We don't really need it just as a normal attack at this point. Wouldn't be bad, it's just like unnecessary. And if I'm gonna pick it up for the Infinite, that means like I have to exile one more card to actually have a space in my hand. So yeah, at this point, I think for a long enough fight, the only thing that keeps me from going Infinite is not having enough hand space, which means that the missile is actually an impediment rather than a benefit. So yeah, gonna go ahead and skip all of these cards. Just move on, get the elite, go to the gap, finish the act, and very soon finish the run. So yeah, this is Easy Purify, One Long Night, Eviction Order, and I guess Bullet. And we can just use our free card draw into our non-free card draw. And now that our hand's like basically almost full, we upgrade all of it. And honestly, with how many of these are like energy upgrades, like the Judgment of Sins goes to 0, Celestial Flight goes down by 1, the Devil's Codex goes down by 1, we basically like generated energy off of that. So yeah. I have the Judgment here, so I kind of want to go and find the other copy of Tsumiyoshi. So let's go ahead and start exiling our force cards. I'm gonna hope that I can actually still use the Feast eventually. Just generate more energy. We don't have any card draw, sadly. So what I'm gonna do here is just Judgment on the duel, so I can retain it for next turn, where she might be attacking me. And when I say she might be attacking me, I mean I'm going to just bash her in the face right now. Binding Border for vulnerable. Just free homing amulet. And duplex barrier. And she's already like close to half health. Yep, gonna like if it was upgraded, it would give me barrier, so you could just play it this turn. But as of right now, I'm just gonna, you know, leave it there, get it retained for next turn, and this turn I might actually play it. So for now though, I'm going to go ahead and draw some cards. I guess the Grace is actually useful against these attacks. So let's start with this one. So this is like 2 Spirit, 2 Firepower at a minimum. And having 2 Grace, I'm already like pretty close to being able to full block. And the energy release will definitely do it. I'm just... Okay, I can't energy release if I do this though, because I'm not gonna have enough red. But I guess the Spellcard Duel will be enough, so not really worried. Spellcard Duel plus the Cling Energy. So yeah, let's just go ahead and play Occult here. Keep drawing a few cards. Oh, we even get the Trumpet Solo. Yeah, we keep drawing. Okay, gonna go ahead and spend the Point Rift here, so the Trumpet Solo can draw all the cards it can usually draw, basically making hand space. Get the 3 draws. This is already upgraded, so I'm going to use it before Wandering Heaven. Okay, and now I can upgrade my entire hand. And with the Grace and this, it's like almost like one off fully blocking already. So wouldn't mind actually just going for the damage, honestly. However, the simplest thing is just Talisman plus energy release, and just the thing with this play is like I'm accumulating an enormous amount of barrier, so I'm not really worried about what Dormy might do in future turns like this. Yeah, because this I can't grace, but I don't really mind not being able to grace it. Go ahead and Devil's Codex on the Sunlight. Get Judgment here. Sadly, no card draw, so I'm gonna go ahead and just cost reduction on the energy release, and just play my cards. Like play the vulnerable first, and then just play a bit of damage. No temporary firepower available, so this isn't going to give me back energy. However, like I'm still going to go for it into the Ruthless Barrier, because like the other option was the needle anyway, and I can retain that. So, and Dormy is now like very close to dying, so I can just go ahead and look for the feast. Let's open up some hand space and deal some damage to her anyway, because I do need to deal a bit more damage before the feast will kill her anyway. It's free card draw, and with the vulnerable this is enough for a feast. And we have eaten Dormy Sweet. And we don't do phrasing anymore, I guess. She was very sweet. So the Ageless Dream is really the only card here that I might actually be interested in, and it doesn't work on Sanae, and it's not really necessary for Seija, so I'm just gonna go ahead and skip. Like the free places, whatever. We already have we don't really need energy that much, and when we do need it, we do at least have one Celestial fight, so it's like whatever. Not really. Like what we need is, as far as energy goes, is more like bursts of energy rather than energy per turn, so the free fly isn't really interesting. And we get here and just go ahead and upgrade. I guess the things I want to always have upgraded are the 2-3 gods, so that anytime I draw them with the Judgment of Sins, I can already just make them free. And we do the last part of the quest chain for Act 4 and get to Sanae, who should hopefully be like completely free. We open up as usual with the Purify on Long Night, Eviction, and an upgraded defense card. We can just go ahead and draw some cards, so we can have targets for the Wandering Heaven upgrade. We have plenty of energy. I think I can like waste a bit of energy having the card draw first. Yeah, I'm very happy I did. So let's go ahead and Devil's Codex here on the Duplex Barrier. Because like this is a good attack, but it's not something I need, and I might actually go for the Infinite Attempt on Sanae. She has like 550 HP, so I gotta start exiling my things. Getting energy, and just so I can go ahead and fist right now, I'm going to spend the Celestial Fight into Tipsy, get some damage here, and just we go for the fist, or just 30 barrier. Nah, let's just fist. Always wanted to fist Sanae. I am not afraid to be taken out of context. So, we have Judgment on 3 gods here, so that is already a good thing to see. Gonna go ahead and do our free card draw. We have plenty of temporary firepower, so the homing amulet is going to be free here. We could have done like binding border first, but she has amulet still, so not really relevant. And we are out of card draw, so I guess let's just first make sure we have enough block. And this is enough block, but I want to keep my barrier if I can, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the extermination. Which means that I'm just gonna go ahead and border here, take out one of the amulets, point rift, not gonna talisman of dreams here, saving the occult, and generating some barrier off of the purification rod. Like, I really want to have some barrier in case like I have an awful turn somehow, where like I draw 0 card draw and like 0 defense, just a bunch of attacks. So in order to prevent that possibility, I rather just have a bunch of barrier, so I can't possibly get screwed over by that. So let's make hand space with the occult and the rift here, and just use our free card draw cards. Cycle the kick. Sadly, Judgment of Sins is still here. Might not be an issue though, maybe we just go ahead and Devil's Codex. What do I do this on? I guess the Binding Border is the worst card in the hand right now. And that way I can also just completely ignore the amulet anyway. So let's go ahead and do this. Throw once more with Cling Energy and Hope. Didn't get to Judgment of Sins. We still have the 3 gods here. But I kinda wanted to do the Judgment on the 3 gods is the issue. But oh well. Kinda wondering to upgrade mostly the Crimson Release, but you know, everything is a nice upgrade. We only have 1 hand slot available. I know I'm going to do this for blocking, so I'm just... Oh, but it's more efficient if I do it after the firepower, I guess. Okay, this loses me a bit of damage, but I'm gonna go ahead and homing amulet since it's free to open up hand space. And now I can do 3 gods. I gained like 4 spirit. Oh. Sorry, 2 spirit. So yeah, this is a bit more block now. And I guess just reduce Beast here. No real reason. Any is fine at this point, I think. Just gonna use it on 1. And just, we have 40 block for 40 damage. So let's go ahead and deal some damage for Rome, I guess. All of my dreams into the needle. And we go to the next turn. Oh, the Quiet Moonlights are going to be rather rough. Speaking of which, drew them instantly. The card draw. Gonna go ahead and double Codex here on one of the Moonlights. Just get rid of them ASAP. Mostly for hand space. Doesn't look like I can use that hand space for much though. Yeah, I guess I'll just retain the Feast again. It only costs 1 now. Just go ahead and like get some more block. I guess this is grazing, so let's open with this. Yeah, now I just get the block I needed. Thanks to the grace, we're not going to be losing much barrier, even if we only have 8 block. We did get weakened though. She's going to steal some spirit with her spell card. We keep not drawing the 3 gods with the... What is it? Judgment of Sins. Which is a shame. This is going to cost me 1 mana, but I'm just going to do it now, because I do want to draw cards regardless. And yeah, White Moonlight was there, and I knew that. And trip the Cling Energy. Doesn't look like we're... like we have like... heard a lot of interesting stuff. So I think I'm just gonna point Rift, so I can draw a bit more, see if I find anything interesting. I guess the Ascension Kick kinda counts. 3 gods here could be interesting as well, but that means I have to make hand space, and I was about to use Fist of Hakurei, so making hand space wasn't really in my plans, I guess. So if I just wait, I'm going to get like a lot of card draw along with the Judgment of Sins, so it should be possible, even if not guaranteed, to eventually get 3 gods here. So yeah, I think I can actually just set up for next turn. So I'm rather just going to like deal some damage and not actually play the 3 gods here. Although the infinite definitely looks like it's not gonna be necessary, or more like it's not gonna be available. She's healing herself. Let's go ahead and draw cards as usual. Sanction. Just keep cantripping. Is our entire deck upgraded at this point? Yeah, it is. So don't need the wandering anymore. Thanks for your service. We have temporary firepower, so hand space with this. And now I draw off of the Maiden's Dance. And I keep not drawing the... oh, 3 cards and it's 2 of them, come on! Okay, I guess. Let's go ahead and keep the spell card duel just in case I need to block next turn. And just drop some more damage right now. We even get like some mana from the Ancient Magatama and the Fist of Hakurei. Okay, so please don't disappoint me this time. I'm in the process of being disappointed. We have temporary, so I can do homing, which leaves me with 8 cards in hand. Using this puts me down to 7, drawing 3 puts me down to 10, which is the max. Finally! Wait, this is the one that's already discounted. God damn it. Okay, that was my fault entirely. So let's go ahead and keep exiling cards I don't need. At this rate, the orbs are going to kill her, and I kinda wanna finish this with Feast if I can. So I'm just gonna play the orbs now. Make some hand space. Because this was occupying like one of my hand spaces for the entire run, really. So let's keep drawing cards. This is technically free, although it does downgrade my Philosopher's Mana into red mana. Unfortunate, didn't get to do Judgment again. Let's just retain the Feast here, and next turn we're likely to be able to finish this. It looks like setting up an infinite on Seija might actually be too much effort, so I'm not sure I'm gonna actually be able to do it. At the very least though, on Seija I can just like not worry about the possibly using Feast, so I'm not gonna have it, like I'm gonna exile it pretty quickly. I'm probably gonna use the Hakurei swords relatively quickly as well, so won't have like a few of the cards that have ink clogging my hand. Like didn't do it on this case because I kind of wanted the Feast, I'll admit. Which, considering this is like the second to last fight in the game, might have been a bit greedy, but greedy is good. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. At least in video games. In video games it's good. It makes for enjoyable experiences. Don't be greedy IRL. Okay, so that was Devour there. So Kansas Medicines here is kind of interesting. Helps on our first 30 turns. Toolbox is completely useless, gives us colorless mana and tools as combat rewards, but we're not gonna have any more combat rewards, so yeah. So it's basically like Blankard here, giving us 2 colors as an option and giving us 1 more card reward on the... I mean 1 more option on the rare cards that we're about to see right now from beating a boss. Or just casts medicines, gives us green. This would be green and blue. And it's a small benefit that it gives, but it is a consistent benefit, to be fair. I think just on the off chance that we see like important blue cards, and the fact that this is like Philosopher's Mana rather than green, I'm going to pick up Blancard here. And maybe the rare cards here will make it worth it. Oh, absolutely! Absolutely, Centaur's Doppelgangers is just completely massive. Like, I feel like I've seen this card in like at least one of my other videos, and I've already talked about this. I think this is the best card in the game, bar none. Big issue being like it takes both blue, black, and green, and the only character that has at least two of these colors is Chirno with blue and green. So every other character actually needs either blank card or two off-color colors for it. Ironically, Reimu needs three because like she starts with white and red when she needs all the other three. But yeah, the blank card absolutely hooking us up here with the Centaur's Doppelgangers. So this was absolutely the pick. So yeah, super happy to see it. The other cards, like, okay, not great. At the very least, it's both block and damage with the Philosopher's Mana. So that helps with using the mana we have left over at the end of the turn after gaining all of our temporary spirit and firepower. Trade Zone is okay, like, it's one of the cards that generate other cards that I prefer using, because convert your mana colors, and the cards are like tailored by cost, so it's a good curve filler if you have like wasted mana. And worst case, if like all three cards are bad, we can just take the lower cost one, just have maybe mediocre card and transform the white mana into Philosophers for free. But yeah, this is like one of the better ones in my opinion. And if you upgrade it, which is one of the big upgrades, I think, it offers 4 and 5 costs, and at that point, it's basically like offering you Winkens, like it's offering you the card that gives you firepower every turn. It's offering you like Fist and Devilous Orbs. It's offering you huge cards that like, this can be your scaling in a way if you upgrade it. So this is actually one of the better options for card generation in my opinion. And then Daytime Guest Stars, like if you can set it up so that your draw pile is empty when this is in hand, it's very powerful. But this is basically a gimmick card, like 50 damage for free, that is accurate if you can fulfill the condition. So yeah, gimmick card that if you can fulfill the condition is extremely powerful, and if you can't, it's completely unplayable. So yeah, that's about it. The rating I give this card is like how easily can you complete the condition out of 10 basically. So yeah. I'm picking up Sentries here though, 100%. Best card in the game. And none of these like seems all that interesting. Like maybe the Great Tengu's Decree, but I'm not like attacking often with small attacks. I guess I do have some like multi-hits, so it could be useful. It does exile itself anyway, so the cost to add it to the deck is minimal. So I probably will do it, regardless. But yeah. Plus the money I have is enough for like card removal, picking this up. We have like 230 left, which is enough for like the Optical Camouflage and the Silver Pocket Watch. And the Silver Pocket Watch is going to make it like so much easier to have the energy to go infinite once I have all my card draw. So yeah, gonna go ahead and do those. Remove just Bullet Extermination here. Pick up Great Tengu's Decree, and just pick up these two. The Optical Camouflage is probably going to like save my ass on one of the early attacking turns. And if the items that Seija gets somehow end up preventing me from going infinite, this could be like a massive amount of free-ish block while setting up like at the very least like a big fist or orbs. So yeah. let's go ahead. Go to the gap. I guess I am missing an upgrade because I didn't take that into account, but whatever. Yeah, I can't really upgrade any cards. I don't have 25 coins, but it's not really a big deal. The upgrade on Doppelgangers, by the way, simply removes the ethereal, which like is not exactly a great upgrade considering that you pretty much always want to play this as soon as you draw it. And on the extra turn that you get off of it, you can like block if you need to. So yeah, I guess we just drink tea because we literally cannot upgrade. We heal for 0 and let's finish the Learning Lunatic series at the very least until Koishi is out. But yeah, even if Koishi comes out on the 18th, which is like 3 days from now, even in that case, it is going to like take me a while to get used to her, learn how she works, all that stuff. So don't expect like another video for at least a week, most likely. And now that Learning Lunatic is like mostly over, not including again Koishi, if you have any ideas for content you'd like to see about this game, do leave a comment on the video. Mostly because like if I don't have any ideas, I'll probably just leave it there. I mostly did these videos because I wanted to fill the void that I saw when I looked for my own like high difficulty learning content for this game. And now that I feel like I've at least filled it to a point, because we have like with this we're gonna have like a video for each character at the very least that's commentated in the Overexplained style. So at the very least I feel like we have something to go like to look up to there. So yeah, if there's no more ideas, this will probably be the last video other than the Koishi one which comes out. So, as for this fight, I think I'm going to open up with Clean Energy. Obviously I want to open up with Purify here, but the Scissors will actually like take away the one barrier I start with. And I kind of want to conserve it if I can, which is going to be hard seeing my hand. But if I can conserve it, I'd like to. Because obviously like the cards that work off of barrier, like the Binding Border and the Roots Barrier, I guess it doesn't matter quite as much because I do have my spell card available to gain some barrier, and I do have 2 of them, so maybe it won't be a problem, but I'd rather just open up with this, so I can at least have some of it. And now I will Purify, Long Night Eviction, and I guess now that I've gotten rid of all the non-upgraded basics, I'll just go ahead and remove the Bullet Extermination. Okay, so Tengu's Decree into border here is basically free when it comes to block. So I'm going to go ahead and start with that, because that way if I draw attacks of the Trumpet Solo, the Tengu's Decree will already be applied, and so I'll be able to use those attacks to start generating block. Not really, but we still get. Yeah, let's just. Yeah, I'm just gonna like start losing HP. I think I don't mind. And let's just let the barrier go. Rely on the spell card if I ever need like a sudden injection of barrier. And let's just go ahead and remove the Talisman of Dreams here. Like it's helped, but at this point, if I want to try and set up the possible but unlikely infinite, the bad attacks are not really necessary anymore. So let's go ahead and use it. Draw of the 3 gods. Oh no! Oh no! 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 I fucked up. I fucked up big time. Yeah, you want to play it immediately whenever you draw it, if you can. Should not have drawn cards apparently. Okay, so I'm going to lose the Center's Doppelgangers here, which is absolutely devastating. If not for the run, at the very least for my psyche. So yeah, don't be like me, kids. Learn from my mistakes. I was hoping to maybe draw like a flight, some other card draw, stuff like that. And I just started drawing without thinking, and I kind of screwed myself here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and Point Rift, because it's technically block positive with the Tango's Decree. Go ahead and do Camouflage, save up like 20 HP. I guess it's 16, it rounds up. And sadly, even with the Occult, I wouldn't have enough mana here for the Doppelgangers. God damn it, I'm an idiot. Well, that was my backup plan if I couldn't get the Infinite going, so I better get that part. So, zero card draw here. Gonna start off upgrading the hand. And I guess since I don't have card draw right now, I'm going to retain the Celestial Fight. So when I get like 3 gods here, I might actually be able to use all the energy. And after that, let's just go ahead and Point Rift. And the thing about... Okay, so I'm definitely doing duplex, even if I don't have any barrier yet. And the thing about the orbs is, like, I was kind of thinking I was unlikely to use these. So I would just use them and get them out of the hand. However, having lost the Century's Doppelgangers, I might actually have to have other cards. I guess I can rely on the Infinite, which was the original plan anyway. Ah, fuck it, let's try this. Might be panicking a bit, I'll admit. Okay, so taking around 24 damage here. I have a ton of energy now though, so if I can chain my card draw, that should be quite helpful. So let's open up with Thunder here, just for the scissor damage. We don't need the Feast anymore, doesn't really give us anything, so let's just spend it. And now we have space in our hand for our card draw. This gives us temporary firepower, so we can go ahead and Homing Amulet, which is going to be free and generate quite a bit of luck. With the Decree, keep using our card draw. More card draw, more! Before I run out of energy, let's go ahead and do the Celestial Flight. Keep drawing. Link energy is nice. Because we found Judgment here. We don't have any of the 3 gods in the draw pile anymore. And we're probably like out of card drawing away. Like, I'm not gonna draw a lot more card draw at this point. Because I'm only gonna draw one of these of the like Trumpet Solo, since there's still 2 cards in here. How many of these? These are almost all card draw actually. So if I just do the exile cards in order to like not put any new cards in my discard pile, this is actually quite likely to draw me a card draw card. And it did, which is nice. So let's go ahead and what am I exiling this time? I'm probably upgrading this, so it's actually gonna be useful to have. So I guess I'm exiling the Boundary. Oh, speaking of upgrades, let's just do them now. It's like the only one without upgrade here is the Aerial Dance. Upgrades that are relevant, I mean, and no relevant upgrades here. So yeah, let's do this. Codex on the Boundary. Keep drawing. Let's make hand space now. And those 2 red mana will be spent on the Aerial Dance. Okay, so we find one of our 3 gods. So we reduce it. Ascension Kick. 3 gods, leaving the one that actually costs mana in our hand. Keep playing our free card. Yeah, in the end, this loop even if it doesn't end up going fully infinite, is generating like a lot of block and dealing a lot of damage, so it is still useful. At this point though, I'm definitely focusing pretty much entirely on trying to get the Judgment of Sins back into my hand, and I do need to make some hand space, so let's just go ahead and generate some barrier. And the Trumpet Solo, and now I have all the free card draw I wanted, which means I just need to exile all the cards that aren't part of the combo. I currently have like this one's going to exile itself, so I'm not gonna count it. So I have 8. Same with this one, so that is a +5, 13, +3, 16. So like, since part of the cards are going to be on the discard pile because they're card draw, like 3 or 4 plays of the Devil's Codex should be enough to set it up. And hopefully the item she gets of the Reverse Offensive here won't be the one that stops us from drawing cards. The ideal one would be the one that like adds enemies to combat, I think. So no longer need the Wandering Heaven, because all of my cards are upgraded that I care about. Well, I guess the Maiden's Aerial Dance is missing, but the Mooncake will get to it eventually, hopefully. So, what do I want the Judgment of Sin Song now? I have nothing I can reduce to 0 really, but there's like several I can reduce to 1 that would be extremely potent. So yeah, let's just go ahead and do it on the spell card roll. Keep trying. Plus now that I think of it, one other thing is like Pocket Watch is also good in that it generates white mana that I can turn into rainbow mana with the Trumpet Solo. Probably won't be playing the Trumpet Solo much more though. I don't want to add like too many more Sunlights into the deck. So only if I can't help it really. Because I'm not doing damage anymore because the damage cap for the turn has been reached, which means that the decree is not activating anymore. So I should be careful with that. Attacking doesn't give me block any longer. Instant release for more barrier. And just discount it even further. And at this point I think I'm basically almost fully set up. Could get the Devil's Codex if I draw here, I guess. Let's try. We did. So since the Aerial Dance is like unupgraded, it's pretty expensive, so I'm just going to start with excelling this one. And just in case, I'm going to make hand space and draw until I can no longer do either of those. Oh, perfect. I wanted to draw the last Sunlight in order to maybe exile it. So I can go ahead and just Judgment here on the Spellcard duel. And at this point, I should be like completely fine. I have 2 gigantic block cards for next turn. And I have a ton of card draw that cost no mana in my deck. Plus the Devil's Codex should be able to exile almost all the remaining cards. We did get the Pyramid, that's very unfortunate. Thankfully though, we have like solid enough cards that we probably won't be having too many issues, hopefully anyway. So yeah, we're not gonna be able to draw as much as we want, but we have enough life to sacrifice to deal like 300 damage 2 turns in a row, I guess. So yeah, let's see. This is a skill, which means I don't want to draw it off of 3 gods, so I'm gonna open with Ascension Kick. Playing energy for the block. Just now I 3 gods. Keep reducing my cards, that way they just get more and more efficient. And I guess the less efficient cards can get exiled with the Codex. So at this point I am gonna exile the Solo Take 2 more damage here. Kinda need to scale up a bit more still on firepower. So I'm going to sacrifice a little bit more life. As long as we don't go like below half HP, I think it should be fine. Yeah, okay, now it's getting like pretty much where I want it to be. Let's go ahead and make the binding border cheaper. And combo our cards now for massive damage. Yeah, start off with vulnerable. Homing Amulet is going to generate us a ton of block from the... Oh no, she cleansed the Tengu's Decree. That is unfortunate. Still, we have plenty of damage, I believe. Plus the vulnerable, making us deal a lot more. Dimensional point here. Puts her like 6 away from the cap, which is honestly way more than enough from my point of view. And now we just generate a ton of barrier. And we can easily survive the attack. Since I'm trying to finish her off next turn because she's below 300, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the spell card because I'll have another one available next turn. Get to the limit of damage, apply weak, so I can keep even more of a barrier. And this turn we should be able to like lose like maybe 20 HP in order to scale up enough to just burst her down. Yeah, let's go ahead. 3 gods, Ascension Kick, 3 gods. That is 12 firepower already. So yeah, we can probably just do it off of this. Just vulnerable her again. Homing Amulet for 60 damage. And just Fist of the Hackray. Lose her at 9. And we get our climatic finish with our spell card. Goodbye, Seija. See you on Koishi. Adios. And there we go. We didn't exactly end up going infinite, but like we had like a loop that sacrificed some HP to gain a ton of firepower and just use the powerful cards in our deck repeatedly. So yeah, that was the run. Ended up with quite a fat deck, 27 cards. But of course, like we had a lot of those were card draw, and we had how many exile cards? Okay, so if we count both exile and the cards that drew cards and cost 0, we had like 1, 2, 3, 4. In a way, this could be seen as like 8, but let's just say it's 4. Yeah, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because it's an ability. Yeah, 9 of the cards just went away as soon as we played them, and several of them got exiled by like Purify the Land and Devil's Codex. So yeah, it was bigger than I thought I'd end up with, but not like massive or anything. So yeah, there we go. That was learning Lunatic for Reimu B. And again, if you have any ideas for like other possible runs, I'm open to it. And if not, I'll see you in probably around a week, hopefully, if Koishi does come out. You can see here, the pagoda definitely like helped out quite a bit. The mooncake I'm very happy with, but I do admit I might have overestimated it, because it ended up making me not pick up the Wandering Heaven on our first opportunity, when it actually would have been really good. Definitely a mistake. Sadly, I couldn't showcase the Centuries Doppelgangers on this one, because I ended up screwing myself over, but oh well. And yeah, definitely very happy about the smart speaker. Just having the what is it? The Purify the Land on our opening hand is absolutely huge. And yeah, in general, pretty happy about the run. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you like the videos, and I'll see you next time. Hopefully soon for our friend Koishi.